Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video we are going to build this fantastic React Native app using React Native Expo. For authentication we are going to use Clerk. For backend we will be using Convex, and also we are going to use Expo notification for notification feature. So let's see what are the things we are going to build. So as you can see that this will be our landing screen. Once you will go to the explore page, here we are going to render the list of meals. Here you'll be able to also filter based on categories. You will be able to also search based on meal's name. Now let's see if I try to save a meal, and you can see that it will redirect to the login page. And here once you will log in, and you will be redirected back to our application. And now let's see if I try to go to explore now, and let's say I wanted to add this particular mail to our DB. So once we'll add this, and you can see that we are going to get this notification. Okay, and now let's go to our saved screen. Here you'll be able to see that particular mail. Now let's add one more. Okay, so let's say I wanted to add one more, and you can see that you are going to get one more notification here. Now let's go here, and the moment I'm going to remove one particular mail, you will be getting one more notification. Okay, so that this particular mail is now removed. And also this will be our profile screen where we are going to have the logout feature. Now although this is a very simple application, but there are a lot of things we are going to implement. Okay, now one thing I wanted to mention, that this is not a complete beginner tutorial, so you should have some idea. I actually explain all of this in the next part. And one more thing, and that is that the source code is completely free. You will be able to download the source code from my website, so I've added the link in the description. So that's all for the intro. Now let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's get started. Now before I will give you all the steps that we need to do first. First of all, I wanted to mention that this is not a completely beginner level of tutorial. Okay, and this is a practical implementation project level video. So what I mean by this, so as I already discussed in the intro, so we are going to build one application or one app, and then by building the app we are going to learn all the concepts. Okay, and now if you don't have any idea, I will highly suggest you watch this particular video. Okay, in this video I think you can see it's almost more than 12 hours long, and this is not on Expo. Okay, so we actually use React Native CLI, and this video is going to give you a very proper idea. In case you already have idea on React Native, then you can directly follow this particular video. So what are the things that we need to do? First, we are going to use Android Studio for this. So if you don't have Android Studio, whatever you're using, let's say Mac, Windows, just download Android Studio. Okay, so that will be the first step. If you have physical device, you can also use the same. Okay, for testing. Then what we need to do, we need to set up our Expo project. Also we need to install and set up Nativewind, because we are going to use Nativewind version 5 for this particular video. Once we'll complete all this, right, so this will be like a prerequisite that we need to do, and each and every step we need to understand properly. Why? Because I can guarantee that can be huge possibility that you are going to face some kind of issues while setting up the project. Okay, so you have to follow each and everything whatever we are doing properly. Then we are going to create our Clerk application. So for auth we are going to use Clerk, and also we are going to set up our Convex project. Because why we need to do this, right, I'm going to explain. Because we need to connect our Clerk with Convex, and the reason is very simple. Because until unless we are going to do that, again, let's say we first implement the Clerk, and then after that we set up our Convex, and then again we need to do some kind of code changes. So that we don't want to do, because it will be repetitive work. Okay, so I just wanted to mention all these points. So we will actually first we'll create the project and set up Clerk and Convex, and then we'll start implementing our project. Alright, so as I already mentioned, the first step will be download Android Studio. That is the first step. Then let's go to Expo. So first what we need to do, go to home, and then what we are going to do, right, to create a React Native application, we are going to use npx create expo app @latest, and for this one we are going to use the version SDK version 54. Okay, so for this particular video, so what we are going to do, right, so what we need to do, we need to do a npx create expo app @latest, the name of the app that you want to give, -- template, default @ and then the version of the SDK. So for this particular video we are going to use SDK 54. So now what I will do, right, go to terminal. Now I'll go to a particular folder, so I'll go to cd YouTube. Okay, and then I'll go to /2026, and then I'll go to /projects. Now this is the place where I wanted to build this particular application. So what I will do, right, go here, and then I'm just going to copy this, enter, and then I'm just going to change this one to React. Instead of React Native course, I'm just going to do meal app. Okay, now let's copy this. Okay, and then let's create this one here. So again, I wanted to repeat that what we are actually doing, we are using SDK version 54. So it will be npx create expo app at the latest meal app, whatever name we wanted to give, template default SDK 54. So this is going to create the project. Once this is done, then let's go back and go to the setup your environment on Expo documentation. So we'll go here. Now here, whatever you're using, let's say you're using iOS simulator, iOS device, Android device, you can just go through that particular options. You'll get a QR code. You just have to scan the QR code and you'll see that you will be able to see that particular application from your physical device. So for this particular video, we are going to use Android emulator. Okay, so I'm just going to click it. So first what we need to do, so I already mentioned that first you have to download and install Android Studio. In case if you're using Windows, so you can just follow these steps, and these steps also I mentioned in that particular video that I told, right, that you can watch that video, or else just search for Android Studio React Native setup installation. You'll find a lot of videos on YouTube also. So if once you do that, first you'll install these. We have to open the Android Studio, and then what we need to do, right, so you have to install. So just select install type as standard. Once you'll do that, right, you have to install some SDK platforms and SDK tools. So it's like, so if I try to explain this one in a very simple way, so these SDK tools is going to give you all the necessary things that you need to run this particular application in your Android emulator. Okay, so think in that way. So then we have to go to SDK tools, and we have to see that at least one version of SDK tools actually, and also Android emulator is installed, or else you'll not be able to create an emulator on your device. Okay, also there will be a location. So I'm just going to show you all these options what you have to do. So there will be one locations that you are going to get. So let's say this will be my location based on my username, and then once you do that, you have to just run all this in your terminal, and then you just have to reload your env variables. Now what will be for Windows? For Windows, what you have to do, right, you have to add all of these in your env variables. So this is how you have to do it. So you have to go to user accounts, change env variables, and you have to create. If you have already, you have to edit, or else you can create a new variable as Android home. Okay, and then you just have to apply and save it, and that will be done. So this is for your Android setup. So now let's say if I just open Android Studio, so I'll open this, and you'll see that what you're going to get. So first of all, as I already mentioned, so what you have to do, right, when you're going to install this, you have to select the installation as standard, and then go to more actions, go to SDK manager, and this is the path I was talking about. Okay, this is a very, very important path. This you have to use whenever you want to add this particular path, right? And if you're using Mac, definitely you have to load this and add this in your ZSRC profile, right? So if you go here, so this is what I'm talking about. So you have to export this, you have to add this path, export the path, and then you have to reload it. If you're using ZSH, you have to do this. If you're using Bash, you have to use this one. Okay, so now first of all, what I already mentioned, that in the SDK platform, you can see that I have one. So for this one I installed Android 16, and in the SDK tools, which is also very, very important, you should have first of all NDK side by side you have to install, and then CMake I installed, Android emulator, and then Android SDK platform tools, and this will be more than enough. Okay, so you can just take a screenshot and notice notice whatever I've installed and install it. See why I'm taking a lot of time doing all of this, because I've noticed this one, the students find a lot of difficulty, because that can be a lot of issues can occur when you're going to do React Native project setup. Okay, and I'm being very serious, so you have to know this process properly. Once you install all of this, now you're good to go. Okay, so first of all, what you're going to do, right, so you'll go here and you go to virtual device manager, and then you'll create a new virtual device. And now what you're going to do, right, maybe let's say you wanted to use Pixel 9, whatever you can use. Go to next, and then there will be a system image that you have to select. This is the name. I don't want to change this, I will keep this, and then you'll do finish. So now what you have to do, this will be actually created, and you just have to land this. So it's going to create the emulator. So it's like access allow. So now I'm just going to keep this on side by side. Okay, here, and this is done. So now let's minimize this. This is also completed. Now let's go side by side here, and then I'm just going to open this, right? So I'll do open folder, and let's go to my YouTube projects, and this I have created meal app, and let's open this now. Okay, so once we'll do that, we don't need this. Once you will do this, you have to now see the project structure, and you will see that there will be a lot of things you'll be seeing. Okay, like quite a few things you have to notice here. So first of all, package.json. So what is package.json? Is the file that will have all your scripts. This is almost similar, all your dependencies. You can see that Expo already installed a lot of dependencies, dev dependencies, and you can also add overrides. Okay, so let's say some packages you want to override, you can add those packages in your package.json. I'll only go to the very important one, right? This app.json will be your configuration app related. For example, let's say I want to add some app schema, so I can add those properties. So that I'm going to discuss later. For now, let's not go into too much details, because this will be a completely practical video, and you'll see that each and everything you're going to understand very clearly. There will be one very important folder which will be script, and you'll see that there will be one script that is reset project. So what this is going to do, right? You'll see that now, if you notice that it actually has a lot of folders. For example, you might be thinking, oh, I just created this application and then I have this app folder. I don't created all this file, right? So from where it is coming? So this is actually created by default by that SDK 54 you have used, right? So it's actually created all these things. Now consider that when you're going to create a particular application or app, right, you don't need all of this, right? Maybe you have a different requirement. So that is the reason we have this script reset project. So what this is going to do, right, this is going to delete all of these files, and then it's going to reset the project back to blank state. And this is what actually we are going to do. Okay, so just I wanted to give you some information that this will be your components folder, constant folder, hooks folder, custom hook if you want to create, and this is your actual app folder, right? So where you're going to have your root layout. So this is your root layout, you can see, right? So now what you're going to do, right, we will not spend so much time. Okay, let's start implementing. First thing what we have to do, we have to go and reset this project. So let's go to package.json, and you'll see that what you will have, right, you're going to have this reset project script. So first of all, I need to run this. So I'm just going to do npm. So let's go here, I'll do npm run, and then do reset project. Okay, it's going to ask you that do you want to move the existing files to the, instead of deleting them. Let's do this one as no. Okay, so now you'll see that it's already reset, so everything is now deleted. So now you'll go see you have this app, there is one layout.tsx, that's it, you don't have anything else here, and you have an index.tsx file. Fantastic, right? So now I wanted to run this. So first of all, what I need to do, right, I'll do, if you go to package.json, you have this npm start script which is going to do npx expo start. So now I'm just going to do npm start, and this is going to now run this. Okay, and it's going to actually start a metro bundler. You can see that starting. If you're using physical device, you can scan this QR code, and you see that you'll be able to see this particular app in your physical device. Now here you are going to have a lot of options. Because you're using Android emulator, we are just going to press A. If you're using iOS, you can press I. So I'm just going to do A. Now it's going to install Expo on this particular device. You can see that this is now installed. It's going to build this, and then what you're going to see, that you're going to see this particular content. Now from where this is coming, now this is actually coming from your index.tsx. I'm just going to change this one, and I'm just going to make this one to Sangam, right? And you can see that this is now reloaded, and you're going to see the updated result here. So with this, what we understand, okay, this is my index.tsx file, this is my root file, but how all this is coming, right? So what is actually this particular stack, what this component is. So all this we are going to understand. And one more thing I wanted to mention, and that is, you will notice that we are using Expo Router, correct? And if you go to your package.json, this is very important. Okay, this main property that you have, you can see that this is actually run by Expo Router. Okay, so if you change this, it will not able to find this in particular, that which is actually my root file and which is my entry file. So this is one more thing I wanted to mention. Now before we'll go further, what you're going to do, right? So first I'm going to install Nativewind. It's very important, okay, because later we can get a lot of issues. We have to set up all this properly. So first, again, I wanted to mention I'm using version 5. Okay, so use version 5 only, although this is a pre-release version. this is fine. It's like not intended for production use, but why I am using this, right? Maybe let's see we're using this particular version, and once this version will be stable, it will be easy for you to use the same version. You're getting? So now what we have to do, right? So first we need to install Nativewind and also its peer dependencies. We have Tailwind CSS, React Native CSS, React Native Reanimated, all this. So now first of all, because we are using Expo, we can directly use this Expo. If you're using npm, you can also install using npm also. So you can just do npx expo install and then install all the dependencies that is mentioned here. So copy this, go and open another terminal and install this. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Now let's go here and we have to set up our Tailwind CSS. I'm going to copy this. This is done. Let's clear this and then install Tailwind CSS. Once this is done, we have to do what? We have to add this particular file, postcss.config.mjs. Add this at the root of your Expo project if you don't have this one already. So we'll go here and then I'm just going to add it here, and then I'm just going to copy this. We have to add and tell that okay, this is the plugins that we are using. Create one global.css file. Again, this global.css you have to add in the root. So I'm just going to add this one at the root, and then I'm just going to copy this and then I'll paste it here, and this is done. Okay, so now you can see that from here onwards, replace /global.css with a relative path. This is also very important, so that I'm going to show you. Now you can create or modify your metro config. So if you have metro config, you have to modify this. What you have to do, right? You just have to use this with Nativewind. You have to import this, and when you're going to export the config, you just have to wrap it with Nativewind. So now let's go here, let's copy this, npx expo customize metro.config.js, and you can see that we don't have this one. So I'm just going to run this, and you can see that this is going to create this particular file, and then you can just use the line that we need, right? So you can have to import the Nativewind, and then we just have to export it. This is done. Save this. Now here, this is one very important point. So first of all, what we have to do, right? Go to layout.tsx, and then I'm just going to do import, and here you can see you can do @ and then global.css. We can just import the global.css at our root, but here you can see that you have to override this lightning CSS version. Now this is very important. Okay, so we have to do it. Why? You can get some deserialization errors with respect to this. So now what you can do, right? You can just copy this, go to your package.json, and then you just add this overrides. Now here many of you can do this mistake. What? Once you do the override, right, you have to do npm install again. Very important. Okay, so if you don't do npm install, you're going to get error. So clear this and do npm install again. Okay, very important. Okay, so this is done. So now you can see that we'll be able to test it, and before that we also have to do, because we're using TypeScript, we have to create this Nativewind env.d.ts file. So let's create this, and then we just have to copy this and paste it here. That's it, and I think this is done, right? So we can just test it. And so what you can do, right, maybe let's copy this and go to our index.ts and then just replace it with this, save this. Okay, now we'll go here and then we are going to run it once again. So let's do npm start, let's do Android, and we just have to reload. That's it, and you can see that this is working, and you can just change this one to, let's say if I do red, and what is happening here, see, this is working, right? If I do a different color, and this is working. Fantastic. Now you'll see that how much cleaner we have done, right? So this is how you have to set up Nativewind. And remember one thing, if you don't follow these processes properly, you are going to face a lot of issues. And see that just follow each and everything that I have done. I can guarantee you're not going to face at least some setup related issues. So with this is completed. Now what we are going to do, see, we have already discussed the demo, that what are the features that we are going to implement in this particular app, right? So what we are going to have a discover page where we are going to use our meal API to list all the meals. We are going to have a details page. user will be able to do a save, they will be able to do a delete. So what I mean by this, right, we already have the idea, the overview, the application that we are going to build. So what we have to do, right, we are going to create our Clerk setup, Convex setup. These two things very important. We are going to do that. We're going to run our Convex application. Okay, so it's going to generate some files. So I'm going to discuss that why actually we need to do all of this. Once we'll do all of this, right, then only we are going to start implementing the actual applications. So first let's set up Clerk and Convex in the next part. Okay, so let's set up Clerk and Convex both. So first I just logged in, so you can just click on create new application. And for this one I'm just going to give, let's give meal app. Okay, and let's keep only Google, so it will only show Google login. And let's do create application. Okay, so this is done. Now let's click on export. So first of all, what we need to do, right, we need two packages we need to install. Okay, so one will be Clerk Expo and Expo Secure Store, these two. So first let's copy this, and then let's go here, and then I'm just going to clear and install. So look, Clerk/Expo Secure Store, enter. Now let's go here, and we need the public publishable key. Okay, so this is very important because this you need, this is mandatory. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's go here, and let's create one env at the root, and then paste it here. So this will be the second step. For now I think this is done. We don't have to check all of this for now. Let's go to continue to Expo guide. Okay, let's close this. Maybe let's go to configure first. Okay, now what we have to do, right, we will go to Convex. First we have to create a new project. Okay, so just sign up using Google and click on create new project, and I'll do meal app course, something like this. Okay, let's do create. All right, so I think this is done. So now first of all, what we need to do, right, we need to run a particular command in our terminal. And what actually that command is, that is npx convex dev. Now what this is going to do, this command is going to log us into Convex. So that will be the first step. It's going to create a new, so I think we have already created a new Convex project. If you don't, it will also give you the prompt, so that I'm going to show that it's going to create a new Convex project if you want. Also it's going to create Convex folder into your project directory. It's going to generate the types, and very important, every time we are going to do any Convex related thing, right, I'm trying to explain in a simpler way, it's always going to keep your changes syncing to your backend functions while we'll develop. So that means, let's say if we have a particular terminal open, and let's say we are running this particular command, that is npx convex dev, and let's say we are writing some particular Convex related thing, so it's going to sync all your changes automatically. All right, so now first of all, what we need to do, first we have to install Convex, right? So let's go here and let's do npm install Convex. I'm just going to copy this and I'll just install here only. All right, so this is done. Now let's do one thing, let's clear this. I'm going to let's delete this one, right, or let's keep it. Okay, so I'm just going to do npx convex dev. Okay, so let's see what it's actually doing. Now you can see, so it's giving you options that you can create a new project directly from here. Because we already have created the project, I'm going to choose an existing project, and here you can see that it will give you which project you want to select. See, automatically we have meal app course, and I have already have created one dummy one, so I'm just going to select the one that we have created just now, which is meal app course, enter. And now it's going to reinitialize all of this, and you can see that once this is done, you'll see you're going to get this particular message, which is that Convex functions are ready. Now what we need to do, right, we need to add something in our env file. Now what actually that is, that will be your Convex public URL. Okay, and you can see that you have to add this, right? So expo public, not this one, we'll do this one as expo public convex URL. So this is what we need. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'll just paste it here, and then which one will be, so this is what we need, right? So we are going to use this particular URL, and you'll just paste it here. So this is what you need for now. Now what we have to do, right, this is not yet completed. Why? Because we have to sync our Convex with our Clerk. So to do this, what you have to do, right, you have to go to Clerk, go to configure. So you can see that inside your project, right, meal app, you will be getting configure, and here you go to developers and you'll get this integrations, right? You have to click on these integrations, enable the convex, this is done, and click on manage integration. Okay, so now what I have to do, right, here you're going to get this Clerk frontend API URL. So this is what you need. Now these where you have to add, right? So you have to add this in your convex env. So here if you go to settings, right, you're going to have these env variables, and here you can add this. Now you can also directly set it from your terminal also. So how you're going to do that, you have to do something like npx convex env set, and then you can give the name Clerk JWT is your domain, and then you're going to use this particular URL that we have, right? Or what you can do, right, you can directly just copy this. Let's go here, right? You will go to env variables, and here I'm just going to give this one as Clerk, right? So we have this JW. I think let me just copy from this application. Go to settings, env, and you can see that this is what you need. Clerk JWT is your domain, and this is what I'm going to add it here. And what will be the value? This value will be this configure convex, right? This is what we have. Now here what you're going to do, right, we have to copy this, and you can also verify the value, right? So this will be something like this. See, this is your Clerk URL, and this one you have to add it here. Okay, and just save this, and this is done. So now let's do one thing, let's close this again, and then I'm just going to run it once again. If there is any problem, you are going to get error that okay, your convex setup is not yet done, and you'll see that it is actually now ready. So now we actually have completed our setup. So what are the things we have done so far? Why this is very important? Because if you make any mistake, it's not going to work. And also, okay, very important, I missed it. You'll see that it is going to create a convex folder. I mentioned, right, what that particular command is going to do. So it's going to do what? It's going to first of all create your project in case you haven't created, or it's going to sync your changes, right? So it's going to create a convex folder, it's created, and then there will be a generated folder also. You don't have to do anything here. What will happen, right, whenever we are going to create some mutations, we are going to create some types, it will automatically sync your changes or sync our backend functions while we are going to continue developing our application. Okay, now what actually convex is, now I think most of you already know. So this is a TypeScript first backend as a service, right? And here three things you have to understand that we are going to do once we implement our logic. First one will be the queries, second will be mutations, and third will be actions. Now why I mentioned all these 3 points, when you are going to add the logic, the convex related logic, you'll see that it will be easy for you to understand that what actually mutations are, why we need queries, and what actually actions are. So with this is done. I'm going to repeat once again. You need the Clerk publishable key. You also need the Expo public convex URL, right? This is the URL that we are using for this particular project. Also you have to enable convex integration in your Clerk dashboard. Also you have to add the env in your convex dashboard. These 4 things you have to do. I'm going to repeat once again. Why I'm repeating same thing again and again? Because most of you are going to get this kind of error. So first of all, install the packages, install convex, run npx convex dev, and create Clerk project, add the Clerk env. Once you run this, you're going to get this URL. This URL you're going to use as a public convex URL. Go to Clerk, enable the convex integration, go to manage integration, get this particular URL, go to your convex settings, environment variables, and add this Clerk JWT is your domain. That's it. Once this is completed, so the setup is now done. So now what we're going to do, right, we'll start implementing our application, right? So let's go here. So this is now completed. So now let's start implementing all the screens from the next section. So what we're going to do, right, we'll start with implementing our auth flow first, because we're going to have our Google authentication, and there will be some authentication related logic also you have to write. So let's do all of this in the next section. All right, so now let's get started. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do, so let's minimize this. We'll go to our layout, and we are going to close everything else, and let's open the index.tsx. So first of all, what do we need to do, right? So we need to actually use all the providers that we need. So what I mean by providers, so first of all, we need to use our Clerk provider, and also we need to use our convex provider, right? So first of all, let's remove this. And here, okay, one thing I wanted to mention, because see, this video is like I'm creating for those who have at least some experience. So what I mean by this, so you have at least some idea on the components and everything. Let's say in case you are not aware of some of the components, for example, what is safe area provider. So the best way to learn this will be, I will suggest that whenever you will come across any kind of new term, go to Google AI mode, so here, and then just paste it, that particular component, and you're going to get the idea. And this is one of the best way, because for me it will be very difficult to explain each and everything. Again, if that is the case, I will highly suggest you watch the previous video that I've uploaded, which is actually completely for beginners. Okay, so first what we are going to do, right, we are going to import safe area provider here. Okay, that we need to import from React Native safe area context. So let's wrap this. Now inside this, first of all, we need to use our Clerk provider. Now how we are going to get the Clerk provider? So this we are going to get from our Clerk package. So first of all, let's do import, and let's do from, and I'm just going to do @Clerk Expo. Okay, and here you're going to get the Clerk provider. So this is first of all we need to do. Now this Clerk provider is going to need the publishable key. Now this publishable key will be in our env. We have added this publishable key, correct? So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's go here, and then maybe let's keep it outside only. So I'll do const publishable key, and this will be equal to process.env dot, and we'll go here, and this will be this publishable key, and this one we are going to simply use it here. So this will be the first thing. Then we also need to use token cache, and these also we are going to import from this particular package only. And here let's paste it, and this will be /token cache, and you're going to get the token cache. Okay, you're going to get some error because it will show that children is missing, that we need to render something inside this. But before we render, we also need to use our convex provider. So here let's do convex provider, and for this one we also need to import this one from. So let's do import from, we'll get the convex, and then you're going to have this React Clerk. Okay, and this is what it's going to give you, this convex provider with Clerk. So this is what you need. Now what we need to do right here, two things we need to use. First of all, we have to give the client. So this client will be your convex client. So first of all, here I'm just going to do convex. So how you can do this? So first you have to check that if the convex URL is present or not, this one, right? So here I'm just going to go, and let's do convex URL, and this will be process.env.expo public convex URL. Okay, and here we are simply going to check if this is present. So you're going to do new, and I'm just going to do convex. So for this one we also need to import one more from this convex React package. So let's import from this. I'll do convex, and this will be React client. First copy this, and here you're going to do what? You're going to pass the convex URL, and also you can pass some property like unsaved changes warning, and this I'm going to give this one as false, or else this will be null. Okay, and this one we are going to use it here as a client. We also need to use one more property, that will be that because we are using Clerk as our auth, so we also have to pass a use auth property here, and this we are going to import from this Clerk Expo package. So this will be use auth. Now the reason you are getting error, because this here we have to give one condition, that if this convex URL or if this is not present, so just simply throw a new error. Okay, so I'm just going to throw a new error, that convex URL or convex client is not present or not ready, and we have to use the use auth here. So this is done. Also let's give one more condition here, and that will be, so I'm just going to do if not equal to publishable key. So then also let's throw one more error here, right? So I'm just going to throw one more error, that Clerk publishable key is not present. Okay, so let's remove this. All right, so this is done. So now inside this, first of all we are going to use our status bar. So I'm going to use a status bar, and this status bar we are going to import not from React Native, so we are going to import from Expo status bar. Okay, so I'm going to do Expo status bar, and here let's give a style. We can self close this one, and let's give a style as dark. So this is done. Then we are going to use our stack. Okay, so inside this we are going to use a screen options. So first of all let's give a header zone this will be false, so it's going to not show the header. So that will be the first thing. You can see that it's not showing. Also, let's give a content style, and here let's use a background color, and I'm going to give this color, so we'll do FFF8EF. So save this. So this is the first thing we need to do. Alright, so what will be our next step? Next step, let's go to our index, and we are going to start working on this particular component. So first, see, we are not going to build any UI or anything that much for now. What we need to do, right, we need to have our sign in button. On click of that sign in button, we have to first integrate our auth logic. Why? Because once the user will redirect and they will come back again to our application, so what we need to see that whether we are able to render the profile, user profile or not. So basically what I'm trying to explain, that we have to understand that whether we can we are able to successfully authenticate the user or not. Without that, let's not move into next screens, okay? Because this auth process we have to understand very, very clearly. So first, what we are going to do, right, so let's remove everything else from here, and I'm just going to use a safe area view from React Native safe area context. So here let's give a style, and I'm just going to give, so let's give a flex as 1, and I'm also going to use a background color. So for this one, what we can do, right, so maybe let's create one component, folder. So here I'm just going to create a constants, and let's create inside of these, I'm just going to create a theme.ts. So now what you're going to do, right, so I already have created these themes that we are going to use. So I'll copy this and I'll paste it here, save this, and this is what we are going to use here. Okay, so I'm just going to use colors, and let's use background. So this is the first thing. Inside this, let's take a view component. So you already have the view component. Here I'm just going to give a class name. So here let's give this one as flex row. We are going to use item as center. Let's do justify between px of 6 and pt of 2. Inside this, let's take one more view, and here for this view let's take a class name. So here I'm just going to use as flex row. Let's do item center, gap of 2, let's do rounded full, bg as white, px of 4 and py of 2. Alright, so after this we have to render a icon. So I just open this link. Okay, so we are going to use this Lucid React Native package. So copy this, and then let's open this one and let's install this. We'll do here, let's wait. Okay, so this is done. So now first of all let's import one icon here, and this will be safe hat, and these we're going to import from that package. So I'm just going to do import from Lucid React Native, and this will be safe hat. So this one we are going to use. So now what we'll do, right, let's give a size of 16, and I'm just going to use a colors, this will be color, and this will be colors dot, let's use primary, and also we are going to use a stroke width. Let's give this one as 2.5. okay, save this. So let's see what is happening. So you can see that we are getting this, fantastic. So now after this, what are you going to do, let's use a text, and in here I'm just going to do test, maybe let's do mate, and for this text I'm just going to give a class name, and this will be, we have to import this from our React Native, right? So I'm just going to import from React Native. So class name, this will be text small, and also I'm just going to do font as semibold. Save this. So you're going to get test mate. Awesome. Now what we're going to do, right, so we have to see that if the user is actually authenticated or not. So how we are going to check that? So first of all, we need to have a couple of things from Expo package, Clerk package, and that will be, so first we have to get use auth. So from Clerk Expo, so we're going to check is loaded, and also we're going to check is sign in or not. Then we are also going to use the user package. So I'll do use user from Clerk Expo, and here I'm going to get the user information, and then also we are going to get one more, which will be router, and this will be use router from Expo Router. So these three things we need. First of all, what we are going to check, that if the user is authenticated, but before you check that, you have to always check one thing, right, that if it is loaded or not. So this is the first thing, and then you're going to check if the user is signed in user or not. If this is the case, then we are going to render something. If this is not the case, then we have to render the sign in button. Makes sense, right? So here what I have to do is to check if this is loaded or else. So here let's do that is loaded. So in that case we are simply going to render something, or else this will be null. So here if this is loaded, what we are going to render, we are going to render a pressable component. Okay, let's render something here, or else this error will come. So here I'm just going to use a pressable from React Native, and here also I'm going to render a pressable. Now for this pressable, when the user will be logged in, what we need to do, so let's say we are rendering something here. So I'm trying to explain each and every step. So you have to click, it will go to the profile page, correct? So when we are going to do sign in, what you can do, you can redirect the user to the sign in page. So for now we are going to do this one later. If the user is loaded, if the clerk is loaded, then we are going to get the pressable. And in this case, so first of all let's use a class name, and here I'm just going to do flex as row. Let's use item center. Let's do a gap of 2, rounded full, bg as white, px of 4, py of 2, and also I'm just going to do active. Let's do opacity of 80. Okay, inside this we are going to also let's do a style property here. So I'm just do a style, and this will be shadows dot soft, and here I'm just going to take a login from Lucid React package. So let's give a size property, so this will be 15, and here I'm just going to do color. This will be color, and this will be colors dot primary, and here I'm just going to do another stroke width. This will 2.5. After this I'm going to render a text, and here I'm just going to do sign in, right? So if I do that, so let's save this. So you're going to get see sign in. Now let's give a class name for this also. So I'm just going to do a class name. I'll do text as small, and let's do font as semi-bold. Okay, so you're getting this sign in. So this is the first thing. Now what are you going to do, right? So whenever I'm going to do on press, I have to do what? I have to go to sign in page, correct? This is what you're going to do. Now here you can do another thing, like let's say if you click on sign in, you can directly redirect the user to the clerk sign in page also. That is also fine, right? We can also do that. But here what are you going to do? So simply I'm just going to do go to sign in. Okay, copy this, and then you can just create this. So do const go to sign in, and here I'm just going to do router dot push, and let's so what we can do, right? Maybe first of all let's do one thing. Let's create one folder here. So I'm just going to do a auth folder, and inside this I'm just going to do sign in. Okay, so I'll do sign in dot tsx, something like this, and here we will redirect that user to this particular page only. So what I'll do, I'm simply going to do, so go to auth sign in. So you can see that this is where we are going to redirect the user. Okay, so now before we will do that, first we have to create this particular component. So you're getting right how we're doing all of this step by step. So first of all what we're going to do here, so first let's create this component. Okay, so now let's implement the sign in page. Okay, before that we are going to install one interesting package, and that is called Expo Haptics. Okay, so this is going to help us to add vibration or touch feedback in our application. So let's say if I try to explain in a simpler way, so let's say you have a button, okay, and then user is going to tap on that particular button, or maybe let's say user likes something or delete something. So it's going to give you some small physical feedback to the user. Okay, so what will happen, it's just going to increase your user experience, and your app is going to feel more premium and responsive. So what are you going to do, right? So let's install this. I'm just going to do npx expo install Expo Haptics. So let's install this one, and once we'll do that, so I'm just going to add this one in our index.tsx file, where so whenever I'm going to click on this button, right, so we are going to do that. So before that we also need to import this. So first let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do import star as haptics from and this will be Expo Haptics. Okay, and what you're going to do, simply I'm just going to do, let's keep this one as capital, so I'm just going to do haptics, and I'll just do this one as haptics dot impact async, and here I'm just going to do a haptics dot impact feedback style dot medium. So save this. Now let's go here and let's start working on the sign in component. So first what we're going to do, so let's create this. I'll do export default function, and I'm just going to do sign in screen. Okay, now here first let's do one thing, let's return. So I'm just going to return first. Here I'm just going to do safe area view from React Native safe area context, and here let's give a style first. So I'm just going to do a style, and here I'm just going to do this one as flex as 1, and also I'm just going to do a background color, and background color I'm going to do colors dot background. Okay, after this we are going to use a view component. Let's give a class name, and here we are going to do px of 4, pt of 1. Inside this I will take a pressable, and here I'm just going to do let's take a left icon. So here I'm just going to do this one as left icon, and here let's give a class name. So for this one I'm just going to do not class name, let's take a size here. So I'm just going to do a size 22. Let's do a stroke width, I'm just going to do 2.5, and also I'm just going to do a color property which will be colors dot text. Alright, so after this let's take a text component. So we are going to import from React Native, and here we are going to give this one as back. For this one let's also take a class name. So I'm simply going to do this one as text base, and also we'll do font semi bold. For this one also let's take a class name. So I'll do this one as flex row. Let's do item as center, gap of 1, self start. Let's do rounded full, px of 3, py of 2, and then I'll do active. Let's do opacity of 80, maybe let's do 70. Okay, so now I think this is done. So let's save this. So let's go to this component and let's see what is happening, right? Okay, something is going wrong here. Oh, we have to import this one from React Native. Okay, so now first of all let's implement the logic, right? So I'm simply going to take on press, and on press it's going to do what? It's going to go to handle back. So let's copy this, and we are simply going to do const handle back, and here let's import the haptics. So I'm just going to do import star as haptics from Expo Haptics. So let's take this one. So I'm just going to do haptics dot import async. So I'll do haptics dot import feedback style dot light, and here I'm simply going to check. So first let's take the router component here. Okay, so for this one you can take const router, and this will be use router from Expo Router. So I'll simply check that if router dot can go back, so in that case I'm simply going to go to the back screen, so previous screen. Okay, this will be a method, and then if this is not the case, so in that case what I will do simply is I'll do router dot replace, and we can simply go to the home page, right? So in that case we can just go to home page. So this is what you're going to do. Okay, so now in this case, so let's say if I click on back, so just go to the home page, and you can see this is working. Awesome. So I think this is done. So after this what are you going to do? Also we need to do a couple of more things, right? So let's go here, let's take this will be from use auth, which will be from Clerk Expo. So I'll take the is loaded and is signed in, these two things. Also we are going to have our Google authentication, right? So let's do this one later. First let's create the screen. So after this let's take one more view, and I'll take a class name. So I'll do flex of 1, justify center, px of 5, and pv of 7. here for this one we are going to use one linear gradient component, and for this one I'm going to use this package, okay, Expo linear gradient. So let's go here and I'll do npx expo install Expo linear gradient. Let's wait. Okay, so this is done. So inside this, let's import the linear gradient component, and this will be from that component, right? So let's go here and import this. So I'll do import something from Expo linear gradient, and this will be linear gradient. So here what I can do, I'm just going to give some properties. So first of all, I'm going to give some colors. This will be array, so I've already added the colors. Let me check. So this will be hash if 97316. Then we're going to take this will be /f b923c, and then I'm also going to take the last one, which will be ffedd, and this will be 5. And then after this I'm going to take a start. So this will be start from x, I'm going to do from 0, and also I'm going to do y, also will be from 0, and then I'm going to do end, same. So x will be at 1 and y will be at 0. And also let's take a style. So for this I'm going to do, let's do a height of 6 comma border radius 999, and also I'm just going to do margin bottom, and this will be 20. Okay, so now let's save this. So you're going to get something like this. And after this, what you can do, right? So I'm just going to take one view. Let's keep this one simple. So I'll take a class name. So I'll do rounded 3xl, bg as white, padding of 6, and for style I'm just going to do shadow dot soft. This we have in the theme component that we have created, right? So you have a theme. Now here what are you going to do, right? So let's do one more view, and here I'll take a class name. So I'll do margin bottom of 4, height of 14, width of 14. So I'll do item as center, justify center, and I'll do rounded 2xl. And here let's also take a bg. So for this one I'm going to take has let me check. So I'll do the same also, ffedd5. Alright, so after this we're going to use icon. So for this one let's install the Expo vector icons. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and then let's add it here. Alright, so this is done. So now let's go here and let's do import something from, so we have Expo vector icons. Okay, and then I'm just going to use ini icons. Copy this. So we'll go here and then let's import it, use it here. And for this one I'm just going to give a name, and for this one I'm just going to do this one as restaurant on outline. Now let's give a size property. So I'm just going to do 28, and I'm just going to do color, which will be colors dot primary. Okay, so save this. So you're going to get this one. Awesome. So now after this what you can do, right? Maybe let's, after this view, let's take a text, and I'm just going to do welcome to Meal app. And here I'm let's do a class name. So I'll do this one as text 2xl, font let's do bold, and what else, maybe let's do leading tight, and here I'm just going to do a text. So let's do this one as, maybe let's do black. Awesome. So now after this let's take one more text, enter, and I'll simply going to do sign in with Google, to save your favorite meals. And here I'll simply going to, let's remove this, let's give a margin top of 3 maybe, save this, and then what else, so I'll do text as base, leading I will do 6, and text, let me just check the color. Okay, so for this one I'm going to use this 6B7280. Save it. Awesome. So I think this is done, and then we are simply going to render one button, so it will be pressable, and inside this I'm simply going to check maybe let's do, okay, so for this one, right, what I can do, right, so let's take one loading state. So I'll simply going to do const loading set loading, and this will be use state of false. Okay, now I'll simply going to check if loading is true, so we can render a activity indicator. Okay, so I'm simply going to do if loading is true, so render a activity indicator from React Native, and I will simply going to do a color, and for this one I'll do a colors dot primary. If this is not loading, so in that case we are going to render icon, and for let's give a name of, so I think we have a logo Google, and here simply we'll do size, which will be 20, and color I'm just going to do colors dot primary. Save this, so you're getting this. And then what else we can do, maybe let's use also we have to give some class name here definitely in the pressable, so let's use couple of class name for this. So first of all I'm going to give a disable property, so if loading is true this will be disabled, and let's give a style property, so I'm just going to use a shadows dot soft, and I'll do a class name. So for this one I'll do margin top of 8, flex row, items as center, justify center, let's do a gap of 3, rounded to XL, what else, BG I'm going to do white, PY of 4, for active I'm going to do a opacity of 90, also let's do a disable property, so I'm just going to do opacity of 60. Save this, so you're going to get this. Awesome. What else, if you want we can also use some border, right, so let's do border 400. Also you have to take border property here. Okay, see, so now I think this is fine. What else we also need to, let's do render some text also here, so I'm just going to do a text, and I'll do continue with Google, right, and for this one I'll do a class name, so let's do a text base font, I will do this one as medium, no, let's do semi, let's see medium how it's looking. Okay, and if I do semi bold, then no, I think medium is fine. Okay, and let's do a text of black. I think it's already black, but it's fine. So I think that's all. So I think it's looking very clean. So let's go back, click on sign in, we're going to this page, and it's looking very nice. All right, so now we need to do a couple of things. Okay, now first of all we also need to create our global state. Now remember, one thing I wanted to mention, for this one you're going to use Zustand. The reason is very simple, so I'm going to give you some idea that how can you use Zustand in a React Native application. So why I'm actually mentioning this, the reason is very simple, because whatever things you are going to handle using Zustand, you can do the same thing easily directly from this component also. Then you might be thinking, or you can counter me, then why we are using Zustand again. The idea is very simple, so that to give some idea that how you can use Zustand or global state management in a React Native application. Let's say if you're creating very complex project and you are habituated creating some 3-4 applications apps you've already built, and then let's say you're using Zustand in all the applications, so it will be very easy for you to understand that, okay, how the flow actually works and all the other details. Okay, so for this one what we can do, right, so let's create one store component. So I'll do store, and for this one I'm simply going to do, maybe let's do this one as a use app store.ts, and let's do one thing, let's do npm install Zustand. Let's wait. Okay, so I'm just going to do import something from Zustand, so this will be what create, and here I'm simply going to do export type, and let's give this one name as pending auth action. Okay, and for this one maybe one I'm going to take this one as save meal, and let's give one more type as saved page, or else one more will be as null. Now let's take a type, and I'm just going to give this one name as app store. So first one will be, I'm just going to give this one as pending auth action, that what action that we are doing, which will be nothing but this type that we have added here. Okay, Now see, I already mentioned, right, that you should have at least some idea on TypeScript and everything. Like let's say for example you don't know what type is, right, why we're taking this particular type, then it will be little tricky to understand. Also I wanted to mention again and again, because I know maybe some of you are college students and learning for the first time. I already have another TypeScript video also uploaded on my channel, so you can just search, or you can just go to my channel and check it out. Why these things are very important? Because see, TypeScript and everything you have to master before learning anything, even if it is React Native or React or Next.js, Angular, whatever you're doing, right, TypeScript is absolutely industry standard now. Okay, so you can check out with any LinkedIn seniors, or you can ping anyone, you can search on Google. You need to know TypeScript very well. Okay, so whatever you'll be learning, you'll see the TypeScript will be there, right? So let's say we're learning any AI related technology also. I know this is off topic, but this is very important to like explain to all of you. The TypeScript you need to know. Don't jump from JavaScript to direct learning the technology. Let's say React Native only you're learning, so don't jump from JavaScript to React Native. In between, try to complete TypeScript, and I will say not even beginner level, try to complete TypeScript in advanced level. Okay, so you know all the concepts of TypeScript. All right, so now let's give this one name as set pending auth action. So I'm just going to take one method which is going to actually update our action, whatever we are going to do. So here I'm going to take the action as the input, which will be again this pending auth action, and let's return this one as void. Then I'm also going to take one will be as clear pending auth action. When we are going to use this, right, you'll understand that what actually we are doing here, and this will be void also. So now what we're going to do, so now we'll actually create our Zustand store, and I'm just going to give this one as use app store, and this will be, we're going to take the create. What we're going to pass, now we have to pass this type. Okay, so simply we're telling that our app actually has all these types. One is the pending auth action, one is to set the action, one is to clear the action. All right, and now here what we have to take, so I'm just going to take the set method, which is going to do the set, and here I'm simply going to take the pending auth action. So by default I'm going to take as null. That's the reason we have a type as null. Give a comma, set pending auth action. So for this one we are going to take the action as the input, and what this is going to do, this is going to call the set, and you're going to pass this pending auth action, and this will be the current action that we are passing here. That's it. Why this is coming as TypeScript error? Because we also need to take the clear auth action, or else this is going to give you error. And when you're going to clear, so in that time I'm just going to make the pending auth action back to null again. That's it. So this is what we need as our auth store. Now already mentioned, we can easily implement all of this directly in the sign-in page also, but why we are doing, so that you'll understand that why actually sorry, not why, how you can actually use Zustand in a React Native application. So I think this is done. So let's go back. So first of all, what are you going to do, right? I think we already have the router, we already have is loaded, is sign in. Also we have another state, right? So loading, set loading. What are we going to do, right? So first of all, now when we are going to click on this Google buttons, we need to start our SSO flow. Okay, so what actually SSO flow is, so Clerk is going to do what? Clerk is going to redirect this particular user to a Google login page. Now here there is a very important concept you have to understand. What this Clerk Google login is going to do, right? See, I can guarantee most of the YouTube videos that you're going to see, that they will not go into this much depth. They will do, let's say, 8 or 10 hours video, and the project is very complicated, but at the end we'll see that you'll not be able to still create any application by yourself. Why? Because your basics are not clear, or you don't understand why actually you're doing all these things. Even a 4 or 5 hours video can give you much more knowledge. So here what we are going to do, right, this Clerk Google login is Clerk Google login uses a browser based auth flow. Now why browser based auth flow, and why we are actually mentioning all of this? Because here we actually need to use one particular method. Why? Because when Clerk is going to redirect the user to the Google login flow, to complete the redirect, once Google is going to send the user back to our application, right, we need to actually use one particular method to see whether that auth session is completed or not. Okay, and for this one we actually need to use one particular package that is called Expo Web Browser. Okay, now you can just search here, just search for Expo Web Browser. Okay, let's refresh this. the reason why it's coming late. So what I usually do, I'll be actually pausing this one and then I'll be again recording after some days. So that's the reason I think this is, so I have to refresh this. So it's system in app web browser and supports handling deep link redirection. You can see that it already mentioned that it's actually handling deep link redirect. So in our case, when the Google login will happen and let's say user click on that Google user account, user completes the authentication, and now Google is going to do what? It's going to redirect the user back to our app, right? So in that case, this particular package is going to help us, and that we will see how. So first let's copy this and let's install it here. Okay, so I'm just going to install this particular package. Now once we'll do that, right, so let's wait for some time. In the meantime, what we can do, right, we also need to use one more method, that is to start our SSO. And for this one, I'm going to use one package, sorry, not package, this will be use SSO hook. And for this one, we have this start SSO flow. Okay, so this is what we need. Now what we're going to do, right, we need to import something, okay, or not something, let's import as star as, I'm just going to do this one as web browser from, and I'm just going to do Expo web browser. So what we need to do here, we need to call this web browser, and then I'm just going to use this may be complete auth session. So this is going to actually see possibly completes an authentication session on web, okay, on web in a window pop-up. The method should be invoked on the page that window redirect to. Now in our case, what we are using a Google login. So when Google is going to redirect the user, in that case we actually need this particular method to complete that redirect. You're getting, so this method actually need to complete the redirect after Google is going to send the user back to our application. So that is the reason we need this particular method. You can also check it, the definition can be little different, but it is going to give you that what this is going to do. Okay, so this is utility method to close auth login browser pop-ups when running a Expo app on a web platform. Okay, so this is why we need this. So this is the first thing. So now what we're going to do, right, so we already have the, sorry, keep this one like this. So we already have the start SSO flow. Okay, so now what we are going to do, so first of all, let's go to this continue with Google. So what this button is going to do here, so here first of all we need to, on click of this, we need to handle our Google sign in. So first let's do one thing, maybe we can take this one directly on this pressable, right? So let's take it here only. So I'm just going to do on press, and I'm simply going to do this one as handle Google login. Okay, and let's copy this and let's create this method. Maybe let's do it here. So first of all, what are you going to do, first we need to, so maybe let's take it here, let's create it. So first, okay, this also will be async method, my bad. So first we need to take a try, and I'm just going to make the set loading as true, because this is the first thing that we need to do here. Okay, now in the catch, for now let's take a error, and here I'm just going to log the error for now. And also finally we are going to take, and I'm going to make the set loading as false again. So here what we have to do, okay, first of all let's take a haptics dot impact async, and I'm going to do haptics dot impact feedback style dot, let's do medium. Now I have to take a redirect URL. So what this redirect URL is, this redirect URL we need to configure in our Clerk dashboard. So what we can do, right, maybe let's do one thing, let's create one leave folder. I think we don't have any leave folder, right? So let's create one leave folder, and inside this I'm going to do auth.ts. So first I'm just going to create one, so you can write all your auth related leave or utils in this one. So I'm just going to do get Clerk SSO redirect URL. Okay, so first what I have to do, right, I'm going to return. Now here we can actually import star as auth session from our Expo auth session. Not Expo, I think we haven't installed the Expo auth session, is it? Let me just check. So we need the Expo auth session package, this one. Let me just check it here. Now I think we don't install this one. We have to install this Expo auth session. Let's copy this and let's install this. Alright, so this is done. So you're going to import this one from Expo auth session, and here I'm just going to take the auth session and I'm just going to do a make redirect URI. And first of all, you have to pass a scheme here. Now what will be this scheme? Scheme will be the app scheme that we are using. Okay, so here we have a meal app. This scheme we are going to use, and then also you have to give a path here. Okay, and this path I'm just going to do this one as SSO callback. Now this path you have to add in your Clerk dashboard. So what we have to do, right? So let's go here. We have to call this. So this is the scheme and this is the path, meal app colon SSO callback. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's go to our, let me refresh this. Okay, so we'll go here and then you're going to get a path here. Okay, so this will be configure developers and then path, and then there will be some path native application. So this is what you need, and here you are going to add this as your redirect URL. Okay, so this is added here. Okay, this is important. So now this will be a redirect URL that we are going to use. Okay, so once user will log in, they will go back here and they're going to use this particular redirect URL. So now we can go to our what I'm doing, sign in page. So here I'm just going to call that get Clerk SSO redirect URL. Now what I'm going to do, right? So we have to actually call our SSO flow. So I'm just going to do start SSO flow. Here we have to give a strategy. So strategy will be, so we are using auth Google, right? So I'm just going to do auth underscore Google, and also you have to pass the redirect URL. That's it. And this is going to give you the create session ID. It's going to give you set active. Also it's going to give you the auth session result. These three things. So now first of all I'm just going to do if the auth session result dot type, if this is equal to this will be cancel. I think we have cancel here, so this will be cancel, and here we are simply going to return. Now I'm just going to do if this create session ID and set active, this is true. So in that case I'm just going to do await, and here I'm just going to do set active, and here you're going to set the session. This session will be the create session ID that is created. Once this is done, now what we're going to do, right? We're going to call that clear pending auth actions that you have created, right? So here we are going to call this pending auth action, this one. So to do this one, what I can do, right, you can just simply use that. So I'm just going to const clear, or maybe you can do like this also. So here I'm simply going to call the use app store, and you're going to do state, and I'm just going to do state dot maybe let's take this one as state, and we are going to use the clear pending auth action like this. We can also do that. Now I'm just going to call this clear pending auth action once this is done, and then we also need to do router dot replace. So I'll redirect the user back to home page, not home page. I'm actually habituated doing this web application. This will be home screen, and then we're going to do return. That's it. Okay, so this is done. So now what else is left? Let me just check. Back, this back also you have to do. Handle back, I think we are doing right already. Okay, this we are doing. Alright, so before we go further, we need to create one more file. Okay, and that is, I just open this one to explain, and you can see that what actually I have searched, that why we need this convex auth config file for React Native with Clerk. The reason is very simple, because in our case we are using Clerk for our authentication, right? And this manages front-end login state and issues a short-lived JWT web token. What this auth config.ts file is going to do, right? So see, we have convex and then we have a Clerk, right? So there is a bridge in between, right? So we need to understand that how it's going to validate that particular user using that token. So we have two things. One is the provider identity. So that means when we are going to create this particular auth config file, we are going to tell that, okay, we are using what? We are using a Clerk JWT issuer domain that we have configured here in our env variables. Makes sense. Second, we also have to mention an audience, right? Or in this case, this will be application ID. Okay, so let's see how this will work. So first of all, we will go to convex and then create this particular file, and this will be auth.config.ts. Okay, and here we are going to import something from convex/server package, and what this will be auth config. Now we are simply going to do export default, and here we are simply going to give a providers. These providers will be, so first of all you have to give the domain. These will be process.env dot and this name what we need, right? So clerk jwt is your domain. Second, we also need a application ID, and this will be convex. That's it. And here we are simply going to say this satisfies auth config. So this is what we have to create. So now with this, I think everything is completed. So we're simply checking if the user is authenticated. We have to redirect the user. Now one very important point we have to do, right? And that is, if you notice in our index where we are rendering that if the clerk is loaded and if the user is already authenticated, so we are not rendering anything. So that means here we have to render something. And what we have to render, so we have to render the user like maybe let's say drop down kind of thing, or let's say we can just render the user profile. Once we'll click here, right, it will go to the user profile page. Makes sense, right? But how we are going to do that? Let's do this one, or else it will be easy for you to understand. So first of all, inside this we will get this user information from use user package, right, or use user hook, not package, because once the user is authenticated, that user information will be stored here. So now I can simply check if this user dot image URL, if this is present. So I'm just going to render that image. So I'm just going to take an image component from React Native, and here we are simply going to give what? So let's give a source. So source will be, so here I give URI, and this will be this user dot image URL. So this is the first thing. And second, we also have to give a style, and in this case I'm just going to, let's give a width as 28, height as 28, and also I'm just going to give a border radius of 14. So this is the first thing we are going to render. Okay, if this is not the case, so in that case maybe let's do a view, and inside this I'm just going to get a user icon. Maybe let's do a user icon, and here I'm simply going to give a size of 14. Color, I'm just going to give the colors dot primary, and also I'm just going to give a stroke width. Let's do 2.5. okay, and I think this is done. Let's give a class name for this. So I'm just going to do height of 7, width of 7, items center, justify center, rounded full, and bg will do this color. So we'll do ff, let me just check the color, EDD5. So, and also you have to give a pressable, here also we are going to give, first of all let's give a style. So I'm just going to do a shadow.soft, and also you're going to give a class name which will be flex row, items center, gap of 2, rounded full, let's do beg of white, px of 3, py of 2, and also I'm just going to do active opacity of, maybe let's do 75 this time. So this is done. So now we are simply telling that when the user is logged in, you render this. So first of all you have to see that if the complete flow is working or not. So what I mean by complete flow, because this is very important for you to understand, right? We are creating a native application, so you have to know how this process works. So first of all, it will go to the Google login page. User will do the login. It will come back to your home screen, right? Because we are doing what? If this is successful, we are actually replacing the route to the home screen. So now let's click on continue with Google. Okay, so let's select this account, continue. Okay, there is some unmatched route is coming, but fantastic, but this is coming here, so that means this is now successful. So that is we need to see, but that means user information is now present. So this user, I don't know why this is coming, no auth provider found. Okay, I got it. So let me just do one thing. Let me just run the npx convex dev. Okay, so this is now ready. Let me just reload this. Okay, I think that issue is not coming now, but we'll see that if that is coming. So first of all, we need to implement one page, then only we will be able to do it. So first, on click of this, we'll go to the profile page, right? In the profile page, we are going to have the logout feature, or else you can also do the logout here also, right? So just to check it. So for now what I will do, right, so let's give on press quickly and I'll do handle logout. I just wanted to check one thing here. So first let's create this, let's do handle logout, and this will be async method, and here I'm simply going to do router dot replace. So this will go to the home screen, and also we are going to call the sign out method here. Okay, so this I just wanted to check what is happening, that if they actually sign in and sign out both are working or not, or we are getting any issue, error here. So now let's save this. So first of all let's click here. So it's now, you can see that it's signed out. Go to sign in, continue, click again, continue. This one we have to see, but okay, but first we have to see that if we are getting that error or not, that convex error. So that convex error is not coming because that this was not running. Okay, so that means this is fine. That unmatched route, I think that is we need to see. But first of all what we are going to do, right, so let's remove this we don't need here for now, and also I'm going to remove this one. So on press, what we will do, right, we'll redirect the user to the profile page. So because now this is completed, right, so what will be the next step? Next step will be we're going to create our bottom tabs. We are going to have our discover page, saved page, screen, not page, discover screen, saved screen, and the profile screen. So these three we are going to create. Next, on click of this, will go to the profile screen. We are going to render the profile info with the logout button, implement the logout feature, and then we are going to start working the discover. And remember that unmatched route is also you need to fix. So let's do all of this in the next part. Alright, so the first thing what we need to do, so we need to have an on click on this pressable, right? So let's take this one as, sorry, not on click, on press, and we will give this one as go to profile. Okay, so it will go to this profile screen. Now here let's clear this. I'm just going to do go to profile, and what we can do, right, we'll take the, let's copy it from here, and we'll keep this one as, maybe let's do light, and then I'm going to just do router dot push, and this is going to go to, so here we have to create the screens, right? So we don't have the screens yet created. So how we are going to do that? Now first we have to see that how many tabs we are going to create. So in this case we are going to have 3 tabs. Okay, so in the bottom we are going to have a discover page where we are going to render all the meals, right? Second one will be a saved page where we are going to, whenever user is going to save a particular meal, that we are going to render in the saved page, and then we are going to have the profile page, okay, or screen. So here first of all inside this app I'm just going to create, so let's take this one as tabs, and inside this first I'm just going to do our layout. So I'm just going to do layout.tsx. Now we are going to have our main index, which will be our discover page. So this will be index.tsx. Then I'm simply going to create one more, which will be profile.tsx. And then let's give this one a saved.tsx. So these 4 screens we need to create. Sorry. So first let's do one thing. Let's start with this tabs component. Okay, so first I'm just going to do export default function, and I'm just going to do this one as let's do tab layout. Here first I'm just going to return something. Now what we are going to return, we are going to return the tabs component. Okay, and this will be from your Expo router. Now inside this we are going to give some screen options. Okay, and here first I'm just going to do header zone, this will be false. Then we are going to do a tab bar, let's give active int color. So let me just check the color code, I don't remember. So this will be F97316. Then I'm simply going to do a tab bar inactive background color, not background color, inactive init color, and this will be, so let me just check, so 6B7280, and then I'm just going to take some style. So I'll do tab bar style, and here I'm just going to give a background color, so this will be white, and then I'm just going to do this one as border top color, and this will be F3, E7, and then this will be D8. Okay, so this is the style that we are going to take. Now we need to have 3 screens, right? So first one will be our discover page. Now you can change the name whatever you wanted to give. It's up to you. You can also do the experiment. For example, let's say you can, instead of 3 screens, you can add one more screen and try to implement the feature by yourself, and this is how you are going to learn. Okay, instead of copy pasting each and everything that I'm doing, you are getting the idea from this particular video. Okay, this is how things needs to be done. But again, I already mentioned that you should have at least some basics in React Native, or else it will be a little tricky. So I'm just going to do tabs, and this is going to give you this screen component, and here I'm simply going to do this one as name. Okay, so the first thing will be name. Now I'm just going to give this one name as, let's do index, and here you can give some options. Okay, so first I'm just going to give a title option, and this I'm going to give this one as discover. Okay, and then I'll do a tab bar icon, and here we are going to simply take color, size, and then let's take the icons that we installed right from the vector icons, and here let's give a name. So I'm just going to do this one as compass, outline, size, I'm going to pass the size, and then we are going to do a color, which will be color. So this will be the first one. Next, copy this, and we're going to paste 2 more times. So this one I'm just going to do saved, and this will be what, profile, right? So this will become profile. This I'm just going to give name this one as, let's do saved. Here I'm just going to use this heart, outline. Okay, and for this one we're going to do person outline. So I'll do person outline, and this is done. Okay, so that means we have 3 screens. So now what we have to do, for each and every page we are going to create this component. Okay, because until unless you're going to create, it's not going to render, right? So first let's start with, so what name we can give for this? Maybe let's do this one as discover screen. Oh sorry, let's do this one as export default function, and I'm just going to do discover screen. And what we can return, maybe for now let's return, so I'm just going to return a safe area view, and inside this I'm just going to return a view component from React Native, and I will do a text component from React Native, and let's keep this one as discover screen. Okay, that's it. And for the safe area view I'm going to give a style, and this style I'm just going to do a flex as 1. Let's do a background color. So we're going to import the colors dot background. That's it. So save this. Now what we're going to do, right? So maybe let's copy this, right? We can copy this, and then we can do the same in profile also, but I'll do some small changes. So I'm just going to do this one as profile screen. So this will be my profile screen, and for this one let's use a different color. Okay, so I'm just going to do this one as has. So F8EF. So let's remove this. This is okay, this is removed, and then we are also going to take one more. So for this one let's take, I'm just going to copy this, so we'll go here, and this will be my saved screen. I'm just going to do saved meals screen, and for this one we'll use that only. So I'll do colors dot background. That's it. So now what we're going to do, right, this is done. First of all let's go here, and here what we can do, so it will go to tabs. I can see that we are getting tabs/profile. Okay, this is done. Alright, so this is done. So now let's go here, right? So what do we need to do? Okay, first of all let's do one thing, let's reload this. Okay, and now see, if I just click here, right, it will go to the, because we are doing this router.post, it should go to the profile screen. You can see that it's going to the profile screen. So you're getting profile, saved, and discovered. So you're getting the discover screen, saved, mail screen, and the profile screen. Okay, so this is done. So now let's start with the profile screen first. So first what we have to do, right, we have to render the user information here. Now if you're watching this video till this time, right, you might be thinking, oh, this project seems very simple, but this is how you have to do all of this, right? See, I always mention all of this in all my videos. I usually take some 2 to 3 minutes and try to explain that how you can master any particular technology. Okay, it's not like you have to do very complicated project or videos that are available on YouTube and you'll just do blindly whatever the instructor is doing. Instead, you watch the video and get some idea, and then from that particular idea you try to implement some things by yourself. See, this is how things you have to do. Okay, it's very, very important. It's not negotiable. Why? Because when you will be working in a company, or let's say you are working as a freelance developer, it's extremely important, right? Why? Because your client requirement can be anything. It's not like your client gives some requirement and you're going to get exact same requirement related videos on YouTube so that you watch the video and you do the project. You are getting what I'm trying to say. So the point is that until unless you will understand the concept, you have to develop the things by yourself. If you are not able to do it, then you don't have any other option. So how many videos you will watch, you will not be able to create things by yourself. So these things are very important. Why I am repeating all of this? For example, from the last section, what you have understood that, okay, we should have layout component, we are rendering a tabs component. Now how many tabs menus should be there based on the number of screens we have, how we can create a tab screen, all of this, right? So when you're going to get this kind of requirement in a project, or let's say in a company that you are working, you should be immediately able to understand, okay, this is the place where I have to use this tabs.screen component. You're getting. So now let's move to the profile screen. So first what I have to do, I need to get something from use auth. So what I have to check, so first I have to check is loaded, is signed in, and sign out, because we also have to implement the sign out feature. So first of all, let's remove this. So in the view, I'm just going to take a class name. So I'll do a flex, let's do 1, and I'm just going to do justify center. Let's do a px of 5. Inside this, I'll take one more view, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do items center, rounded 3xl, bg white, padding of 6. Let's give a style property, and here I'm just going to use the shadows.soft. Okay, now first of all, I have to check that if the user information is present or not. How we are going to get the user information? From the another hook, right? So we have this use user hook from Clerk, and this is going to give me the user information. Simple. So now I can simply check if this user dot image URL, if this is present, so I have to render that, or else I'm going to render the user first name. So here what I can do, simply I'll take an image component from React Native, and what you have to pass a source here. So in the source you're going to pass a URI, and this will be your user.image URL, and then you're going to take a style component. So I'm just going to give a width as 80, height as 80, and let's do a border radius of 40. If this is not present, so it's simply going to render a view component. Okay, and inside this, maybe let's take a text, and here I'm simply going to do user. If this first name is present, so just render that, or else I'm just going to do a user, u for user, if nothing is present. Here I'm just going to do a height of 20, width of 20, item center, justify, I'm just going to do center, rounded full, and BG, let me just check the color. So you're going to use that FFEDD5. Okay, and for this text, let's take another class name. So I'll do text to Excel, font bold, and I'll do a text of this color. So this will be F97316. Save this. So you're getting this. Fantastic. So this is done. So now what we are going to do, right? So let's render the user name also. So here after this, I'm just going to do a text, and I'm just going to do user dot full name, or else I'm just going to do this one as user, and here I'll take a class name. So I'll do margin top of 5, text to Excel, font I'm just going to take this one as bold, and let's take a text color of this. So I have to check the color code, so I'll do 1F29333. Save this. We're going to get this. Fantastic. So now also let's render the user email address also. So I'm just going to do user dot primary email address, and then you're going to get the email address, and here I'm just going to do empty. Okay, you can render some default, but okay, let's do user@gmail.com, something like this, user@gmail.com, but normally you should not render any default. Okay, render empty if there is nothing. Margin top I'm just going to do 1. Let's do a text as base, font bold, or maybe let's do a medium, and color code will be, I'll do 6B, let me check, 7280. Save this. We're getting this. Awesome. And then we are going to just render one pressable. Inside this I'm just going to do a text, and let's do a logout. Simple. And here I'll do a class name, so I'll do text base, font bold, I'll do text as white, and for pressable let's do a class name, so I'm simply going to do margin top of 8, width of full, item as center, rounded to XL, BG I will do that color only, this one, and let's do a PY of 4, and I'll do active opacity of 90. Save this. I'm going to get this. Awesome, right? So now I think this is done. So first of all, what we need to do, so we're going to take on press on this pressable, right? So I'm just going to do on press and do handle logout, copy this, and then we just create this. I'll do const handle logout. So this will be what? Async. And here we are going to simply, so first let's import that from here. We'll go here. I'm just going to import the haptics, and then I'll simply just do haptics dot impact feedback, impact async. Inside this we're going to do haptics dot impact feedback style dot medium. Alright, so after this we are simply going to take router, and I'll just do replace, and let's go to the tabs homepage, okay, or basically the discover page. And now we are simply going to take await, and then I'm going to call the sign out. Okay, this one. Also let's give one more check here, that if the user is not signed in, then I'm just going to return. So I'll do redirect from Expo Router, and href I'm just going to go to the sign in page. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's save this. For now I think we don't need this is loaded, so let's remove this. Let's reload this, and we'll see what is happening. Okay, so first let's click and let's do logout, so it will go to this page, and if I go to profile again, so it will go into the sign in page. Okay, on back it's going to the home page. Fantastic. So click here, sign in again, let's do login, click, this one we have to fix. So first let's go here, and then if I just do, so first let's go to discover page, saved, profile, and if I do logout, it's going to this page. If I go to profile, it's going to the sign in page. Fantastic. So that means this is now completed. So profile screen is now completed. So we'll start with the discover screen. Okay, so here we are going to render the list of meals. For that we are going to use a third-party API. So I'm just going to open this one in the next part. So let's start working on this one in the next section. Alright, so now only one thing that is left, and that first we have to actually fix that unmatched route issue that we are getting, right, when we usually log in. So what I mean by this, so let's say if I go here, and by the way, one more thing I wanted to mention. So this part actually I'm recording once I've completed all the sections, okay, because I already mentioned that first we'll complete all of this. So there might be some confusion for all of you that how you are seeing all of these screens. So that means this is already recorded, and I'm adding this particular section in between. I hope you're getting what I mean. Okay, so that you will not get confused, I can also add the same part of this fix at the end of this video, but it doesn't make sense because this comes under sign in section, right? So that is the reason I'm adding this one in middle before we will start this particular screen, so don't get confused. So that is the reason I wanted to mention. So first I'll go here, right? So let me just log out, and let's see if I do save mail, right? So I'll go to sign in, and you'll see that we are actually getting this one intermediate screen where you are seeing this unmatched route, this one. Okay, so this one we have to fix. So first what we are going to do, right, if you go to this redirect logic just now we have written, so here if I go right, and you will see that we are having this, and this is correct. The point we are getting, and I made this mistake, and that is we are using this path as SSO callback. So once we are doing the Google login, and the user will come back to our application or to our app, so it's not finding this path. Okay, so this is the reason. We can do this one to home page, but I wanted to show you that how we can do properly using this path only. What we can do, right, you can simply create this path, okay, under app. Okay, so that will be the first thing. So let's create this path, and here now we are going to write some logic. So first what I'm just going to do, right, so I'll do export default function, and let's give this one name as SSO callback. And here first of all, here also we need to use that, okay, this logic web browser. So first let me just import this here, and also first let's use this one here. Okay, so this part also we need. This I already mentioned that why we are using this. And inside this, so first I'm just going to take two things from use auth from Clerk Expo, and here we are going to get is loaded, and also let's take is sign in. So these two things. So now I'm simply going to check first if this is not loaded. So let's return a view component from React Native, and inside this let's return an activity indicator. Let's give a size as large. Okay, and for this one let's give a style also. So I'll just directly give flex equal to 1. Let's do justify content center. Also let's do align items center. Okay, so this is the first thing. And then what we can do, right, also let's check if not equal to sign in. So in that case I'll just return, so I'll do redirect from Expo Router, and I'll just redirect the user to the sign in page. Okay, or else we are simply going to return the user to the home screen. That's it. So now this is one screen that we have to create. Next thing, we are also going to do one more check. So if we are redirecting from here, so in that case we don't have to do here once again. Okay, so you can just comment it down. And this is actually once we are doing setting this particular session, and I can see that we are setting the session here, and then we are redirecting, so you can just remove this. And then because we are setting the session, right, we have more changes we have to do, and this I check the documentation, and I think that will be better. So what you can do, right, go to layout, and here you can see that we are using this convex provider with Clerk, but we are not using here, we have to use the session ID also. So to do this, maybe what we can do, right, we will create one function, and let's give this one name as convex Clerk provider. Okay, so here we are going to receive the children, and this will be react node. Okay, and what we can do, right, simply, so first I'm just going to get the session ID from Clerk package. So use auth we are using from Clerk Expo, and here we need this session ID. Okay, this one we are not using. And then we can simply use this convex provider with Clerk, pass the children, and then here we are going to pass this key property, which will be this session ID, or else I'm just going to go, do this on a signed out, and then we are going to pass the client. So client will be your convex that we have, and also we are going to pass the use auth, and this will be our use auth. Okay, and this one we are going to use instead of this here, and we can just simply remove this. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this. I think this is done. So if I repeat once again, so first you have to create this particular screen. In the sign in, you remove this. In the layout, we are keeping the same provider only, but we have just added the session ID here. And then what else you have done in the redirect URI logic, we haven't made any changes, right? So we kept it same whatever you have used previously, this one. So now let's do one thing. Let's run once again. and then let's do reload. Okay, so now let's see if that unmatched route issue is coming or not. Okay, so I'll just do log out. Let's try to do save meal. It's going to the login page. That's it. So you will not get this. And even if I go to explore, although this part is not yet completed, this we are going to do in the next section. Okay, don't get confused. I'm repeating once again, but you will understand what I mean. And if I do explore, you can see that everything is working fine, but that unmatched issue, that one is not coming. So that was the issue. Okay, the problem was actually we haven't created this particular screen, and also in the layout the best will be to implement like this. So create the provider, pass the key, so we have to get the session here. Okay, and then based on that you are going to pass the children, and from your sign in screen you remove that replace. So this is once again not needed. So that's all for this particular sign in section. Now let's move on to the next one. Although you might be thinking from where this is coming, so all these pages now, right? So we are going to implement in the next part. Now again, one more thing, in the next part there is a you will be seeing that unmatched issue is coming, and now might be thinking, okay, from where it is coming. Again, I'm repeating this part, what you are seeing, right? This I'm recording at the end of this particular video. So that means the next part, whatever we are going to implement, right? So that was already recorded. So that time that unmatched route issue was still there, you are getting. So I actually recorded the complete video, and then at the end I'm recording this particular fix, and I'm adding in between. I can add this at the end of this video also, but this will be or else what will happen, right? You have to wait to fix this particular issue till the end of this video. So that's why I'm adding this one. I'm repeating once again so that you don't get confused. So now in the next section we are going to implement these particular screens. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we will start working with this particular screen, okay, which will be our this discover screen. And for this one we are going to use this TheMealDB API. Okay, so I'm going to add this link in the details, or sorry, in the description, or you can also download from my source code also. So for this one, if I just show you the how the response looks, so maybe let's go to any of the endpoint that we need, maybe probably this one, and you'll see that we actually don't need each and everything. We need the ID of that meal. We also need this name. What else? We also going to take the thumbnail. So this will be the image that we are going to render. There will be on category this, and also let's render the cuisine, right? So maybe this area. So these 5 things we need. So for this one, first what we will do, so let's do one thing. Maybe let's create one folder here first. So at the root I'm going to create one folder, and let's give this one name as types. Okay, and here I'm just going to do this on meal.ts. So I already created this, so let's copy this and then we'll paste it here. So you're going to have the ID, the name, thumbnail, which will be the image, category, and the cuisine, and this will be our meal list response. So when we are going to do the API call, so this is how it's going to look. So either it will be null or else it will be array of this particular object, which is the type of this meal list item. Okay, if you know TypeScript, you know what I'm talking about. This is very simple concept. Now what we have to do, first we are going to create our services. So services in the sense where we are going to actually do the API call, and that helpers we need. And here I'm just going to do this one as, let's do meal API.ts. So first thing we need this URL, so I'll copy this, and then I'm simply going to, let's do this one as const, maybe let's do base URL. So I'll do base underscore URL, and I'll just paste it here. So how many we need? So first we need one will be to fetch the list of meals by category, and one will be when you're going to do a search. So these 2 APIs we need for now. So I'm just going to do an export async function, and I'm just going to do get meals by category, and here what you're going to receive, so you're going to receive the category, which will be a string, and this will be a type of promise, and here we are going to do that meal list item. So this is the type just now we have created, this one, which will be a array, right? And now we have to write the API call. So I'll do try catch. So here let's take a error, and here I'm simply going to do a throw new error, and or maybe let's do one thing. Let's do if this error is instance of error, and in that case we are going to throw the error, or else I'm just going to do new error and I'll do could not load mill list, something like this. And in the try, so let's do a response, so we'll do await, so I'm going to do fetch, so this will be normal fetch, and here we are going to simply pass our base URL, which will be this base URL. And then what we have to do, right, so let's go here, see we have these, there will be one option that will be filter. I think let's search for filter. This is what we need. Okay, so this will be filter, so I'm just going to use this. So let's go here, so I'm going to do filter.php. so here I'm just going to pass that, and here I'm just going to pass a category, and for this one we are simply going to take a template literal. So let's do a encode URI component, and I'm going to pass the category. So this category is the category that we are receiving as an input. So now I think this is done. So after this, what I can do, I'm simply going to do if this not equal to response.ok. so in that case I'll do a throw new error, and I'm going to do same thing, could not load mill list. That's it. And then I'm simply going to do data. So what will be the type? Type will be mill list response, and this will be await, so I'll do response.json, and then we're going to simply return the data. So it's going to have the mills because we have the mills, so I'm just going to do data.mills, or else this will be empty array. So this will be the first one. Okay, this is just normal helpers. Now what you can do, right, you can copy this and then paste it here, and let's do this one as search. So I'll do search mills by name. So for this one I'm going to receive the search, which will be the search keyword that we are going to get, and for this one we have to use the search endpoint. So let me just do search. So let's go to search. So this is what we need. So search, and then this will be the where we are going to pass this search keyword. So this will be search, and for this one we are going to pass the search. So I think this is done, and then rest will be same. So you don't have to do anything else. So we have the get mills by category and search mills by name. So now what will be the first thing? So first let's do one thing, let's go to that components. You have to go to app, tabs and index. So this is our discover screen, right? So I'm just going to close everything else. So first thing, let's start with, so let's remove this. We have the view, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do px of 4 and pt of 1, and inside this I'm just going to take a placeable. So let's take a left icon, and here from where we import this, okay, Lucid React, this is correct. Sorry if you're getting any noise, I think it's coming from outside, bike and cars, those sounds. So this will be color, so this will be colors dot, so let's do text color, and then I'm just going to do a stroke width, which will be 2.5. so save this. Let me just reload this one second. Okay, so this is we are getting, and then we're simply going to take a text, and let's do back, and here I'm simply going to take a class name. So I'll do text base font medium, and maybe let's do a text as black only. Okay, let's keep this one simple. So getting black, obviously you have to take some class name here. So I'll do class name. So first we have to do flex row, okay, and then let's take items center, gap of maybe let's do 1 only, self start, rounded full, let's do px of 3, py of 2, and let's do active opacity of 70 maybe. Okay, so I think this is done. So first thing we are going to do, right, so let's complete one by one. So I'll do on press, so I'll do handle back, right, so it will go to the back. So back in the sense we can directly do what you can call the router.back method. So let's do all of this, try to implement all of this. You can pause the video and see that if you're able to do it or not, right? So first we are going to import star as haptics from Expo Haptics, and then I'm simply going to do haptics dot import async. So I'll do haptics dot import impact feedback style dot, let's do light, and simply we'll do if router dot can go back. So if we can go back, so we're going to call the router dot back. Okay, and else what we can do, we can simply do router dot replace, and then I'm simply going to the home screen. That's it. So now let's see if I can go back. So we'll go here and it's working, right? Okay, so I think this is done. So now what will be the next step? So first let's do one thing. So after this view, maybe let's close this, and here I'm simply going to take a scroll view, okay, from React Native, and inside this first let's take a text, and I'm just going to do discover meals, and for this one let's take a class name. So I'll do flex as 1. So here I'm just going to do a container style. All these things I have explained in my previous React Native beginner course, okay, each and everything. Also you can just search all this property, and then you can just, this will be a class name, not style, class name. Check all of this, and I'll do so vertically scroll indicator. So I'm just going to make this one as false, and here I'm also going to do a keyboard should persist tabs, and this will be handled. Okay, so let's say this, we're going to get this, and here I'm simply going to take a class name. So I'll do margin top of 2, text of 3XL, font I'm just going to take this one as bold, and let's take a different color. Now let me just check the color code. So this will be 1F2933. Save this. So getting this, fantastic. So I think this is done. Now after this we'll take another scroll view, and here first of all we are going to pass this one as, what I'm doing. So here I'm going to pass this one as horizontal. So horizontal scroll indicator false, and then I'm just going to do container class name, margin top of 6 and gap of 2, and inside this now what we are going to do, right? So first of all let's take some meal categories. Okay, so for this one what we can do, right, maybe let's create one more folder here. Okay, so I'm just going to do constants. Okay, constant is already present. Okay, so then here what I can do, right, so I'm just going to do categories dot ts. Okay, so first I'm just going to do export const, and let's do meal categories. And here what I can do, so let's take chicken, what else? So let's see here, categories and everything, right? Search for categories, or else we can list of categories. Okay, so here we have the categories also. Maybe let's take seafood, what else, dessert, and we'll just take some more, right? So we'll do vegetarian. Let's take the starter, and you can take one more also, whatever you wanted to take. Okay, maybe let's do miscellaneous. Let's keep this one last, and then I'll take one more here, maybe pasta. Okay, so I think this is done. So let's save this, and this is what we are going to render. So what I will do, simply inside this I'm just going to do meal categories, then dot map, then I'm just going to take this one as category, and here first let's return. So we are going to return pressable, and inside this let's take a text first, and I'm going to render the category. Definitely it's not going to look good, but let's see if this is rendering or not. So we're getting this. Okay, so you can see that this is coming. So first of all what we have to do here, so first, okay, each child in a list. Okay, that's correct. So first we have to take a key, which will be category. Inside this I'll take a class name. So also you have to take some state here. Okay, and that will be, when we are going to select a particular category, we have to mark that category as selected. So that's why you need is selected category, set is selected category, and for this one what I can do, maybe use state. So let me just think, maybe we can just simply take by default, maybe let's do this one as chicken, right? So let's go here and then I'll just copy this and then I'll just render it here. Or we can also make this one as selected category and set selected category. Okay, so this is the first thing we have to do. So now what we can do, right? So first we can simply check directly that if the current one is selected or not, right? So I'll do is selected category, and this will be very simple. That here we are simply going to check if this also we have to add some more logic here that we are going to do later. If this category is equal to the current selected category, if this is the case, so this is our state, then that means this one is selected. So for example, now it is chicken, so when we are going to map and we'll see that our first one is chicken, so there is a match, so that will be as selected. I hope you are getting. So here I'm just going to do is selected category. So in that case we are going to do rounded full, let's do a BG, and then we are using that color, right? So F97316. Here I'll do PX of 5, PY of, let's do maybe 2.5, and I'll do active opacity of 90. Okay, so and if this is not the active category, so in that case also we will just do rounded full. I'll do border, let's do border, and here I'm simply going to do F3 F3E7, let me check, D8. BG I'm going to do as white, same PX5, PY of 2.5, and let's do active opacity of 80. So this is the first thing. And here also I'm just going to give one more style. So I'll do if this is not selected category, so in that case I'm just going to do shadows.soft, or else I'm just going to pass this one as undefined. Okay, so save this. So getting this, now definitely we also need to we also need to style this text. So here I'm simply going to do class name and I'll do is selected category. So in that case we are going to do something, or else you are going to do something. So if this is not selected, so let's do text small, font I'm going to do medium, and text I'm going to do this one as let's do black only. Let's see how this is looking. And then here I'm simply going to do text small, font semi bold, and let's do text as white. Alright, so you see that, but I don't know why this scroll is not coming. So this we need to see. So we're passing this horizontal. Let me reload this. Okay, I'll just reload this. Should come. See, so it's coming here, right? All right, fantastic. So you see that you're getting the scroll. This is coming because you're passing as horizontal. So I think this is done. So now what you're going to do, right? Okay, we also need to do one more thing, right? We also need to render the search. So I'm just going to, after this scroll view, the inside scroll view, okay, not the outside. So there are two scroll view. Don't make these small mistakes, or else you might be thinking or pulling you here that okay, from where this error is coming or the UI is breaking. Okay, so for this one what we can do, maybe let's take, okay, first I'm going to take a search icon. Okay, so let's take a search icon, and for this let's take a size as 20, color, let's do colors dot muted, and I'll do a stroke width of 2, and inside this we are going to take a text input component. Okay, so you have to take some value. What value? So you need to manage some state, right? So we're going to do this on a search query, set search query, and let's do use state of empty. And now, so first of all I'll pass this on as search query. Let's do on change text. So this will be set search query, and here I'm simply going to give a placeholder, and this will be maybe search meals by name. Okay, let's give a placeholder text color. Let me just check the color. So color will be this one, so 9CA3AF. okay, and then we are going to take a class name. So class name will simply do flex1 text, let's do base or small, whatever you wanted to take, and for text let's do this one as black only, okay, and I'll do return key type, so this will be search, and here I'm just going to do autocorrect. I usually don't like, so I'm just going to keep this one as false, okay. And for this view, so first let's take a style, and I'm just going to do shadows.soft, and here I'll take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 4, flex row, let's do item as center, gap of 3, let's do rounded to XL, border, let's do this one, this color, I have to check the color, so I'll do F3E7D8, okay, so I'll do BG as white, PX of 4 and PY of 3, okay. Sorry, I have to pause because of too much noise is coming, okay. I hope it's a little lower now, okay. So now I think let's save this and let's see how this is looking, okay. So you can see that we are getting this, fantastic, so you'll be able to type, so this is looking nice. So I think this is done. So now what we are going to do, right, we also going to take one more state here, and this will be to manage the loading state. So I'll do loading, let's do set loading, and I'll do use state of false. Now we can simply do after this view, right, so I'm simply going to do if this is loading anyway, so you're going to render something, or else you're going to render null. So if this is loading, what are you going to render? So we'll take a view, and for this view let's take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 15, let's do item as center, and inside this I will take a activity indicator, okay, and here I'll do a pass a size as large, and let's do it color we have to pass, so color I'm going to do colors dot primary, and inside this I'm just going to take a text, and we are simply going to do, so we can do something like this, either we can render here loading meals, but we should take one more step. Why? I will tell you. So first, when we are going to do some search, right, so we also need to see that whether we are searching any query or not, so that time also we are going to render some loading screen. You are getting right what I'm trying to say. And to do this, what I can do, right, simply I'm simply going to do const is searching, that if we are searching something or not, so that we are going to simply take that if this string dot length, if this is greater than 0, so that means we are doing some search, right. So whenever you are going to do any kind of search, that time we are also going to render that. So now we can simply do that if this is searching, so in that case I'm simply going to do what we can do here, maybe searching meals, right, or else I'm just going to do loading meals, right, loading meals. Alright, so now after this what we'll do, right, so we also need to give one more condition here, that if not equal to loading, right, and also we have to take one more state here. I think we have to take the actual meals state, right, so we'll do set meals, and this will be use state, and here we have that meals list response, right, so this is what you're going to take. And for this one what we can do, right, so initially maybe let's take this one as I think we have done wrong, meal list not list response, we have the meal list item, correct, or else this will be, let's take this one as null, and or let's take this one as empty only, not null. So let's take like this. So now what you can check, right, we can simply check if this meals dot length, if this is equal to 0, so that means we are currently not loading, so that means the API is not calling, right. Second thing, at the same time, if the meals length is 0, so that means we don't have any meals for that certain category or for that certain search item, whatever we are going to enter here. You are getting right. So that means what you have to do here, we just have to give one more condition, or else we are simply going to do this one as null. So let's do null. So inside this, maybe let's take a view, and here I'm simply going to take a text, and I'll do no meals found, and here we are simply going to take a class name, so let's do margin top of 8, items center, rounded 3XL, BG as white, and padding of 6. Also let's take a style property which will be shadow.soft, and here we are going to take a class name, and this will be text large, let's do font bold, and let's do text as black only, or maybe let's take this color, which will be this 1F2933. so this is one more condition. So for now we don't have anything, so this is coming. Fantastic. So now what we have to do, right, we have to actually render our meals, although we haven't done API call yet, but let's render it. Because why? Because we already know that what are the things that we are going to render, because we already know the structure, correct? So what we can do, simply I'm just going to do now, if this is not loading and if meals dot length is actually greater than 0, so that means now we have a meal list that we are going to render, or else let's render this one as null. And inside this, let's take first view, and here we are going to take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 6, gap of 4 inside this. So now what I can do, right, let's take the meals dot map, so I'll do meal, and here we are going to return, so let's return a view. So the first thing what we have to give the key, and this will be meal dot, let's take the id meal, because this will be the best key that we can use. Okay, so now first thing what we have to do here also, okay, let's take a class name also. So I'm just going to take a class name, so I'll do overflow as hidden, and also I'll do rounded 3xl and background of white. Okay, after this, so let's take one style here, and I'm just going to do shadows dot soft. Alright, here we are going to take an image, and this image we are going to, I think, let me check, we are using Expo Image or not, right? We don't have Expo. Okay, we have the Expo Image, so we are going to use this one from Expo Image. Okay, so I'm just going to do import from Expo Image, and this is where we need the image component, and then we are simply going to use this, and I'm simply going to pass the source. So first we are going to give URI, which will be meal dot thumbnail. Let's give a style property, which will be width, I'm going to give 100%, height I will give 200, let's give a content feed, and this one let's do cover, and also I'm just going to give a transition of 200. That's it. After this, we are going to take one more view, and let's close this. So we'll take a class name, so I'll do padding of 5 maybe, and here we are going to take, first let's save this, and we'll take one more view inside this, and we are going to render the category. I don't know why this is not self-closing, man. Okay, so here inside this we are going to take a text, and we'll render the meal dot category. Okay, or else we can also render the selected category, this one. And here in this view, let's take a class name, so I'll do self start rounded full, let's do a bg, let me just check the color. Okay, so this will be FFEDD5, px of 3, and let's do py of 1. Okay, so this will be for view. For the text, you can use the exact same color, so I'll do text access, let's do a font semi-bold. Text, we'll use that orange color only, the same one. So you have F7316, that's it. So this is going to render the category. Okay, what else? We also need to render the actual meal, so I'm just going to take another text, and here I'm simply going to do meal dot meal. So this is going to render the name. So here I'm going to take a class name, margin top of 2, text as large, I'll do font as bold, right, and let's do a text as black only for this. Save this, and this is done. What else? Also you can pass one more number of lines, let's do 2. So I think this is done. What else? We also need to let's render a pressable, okay, which will be to save the meal in our saved collection. So for pressable, for this one, let's take a text, and later we are going to do this. Okay, so I'm just going to do save meal for now, and here I'm going to give a class name. So let's give a class name. So for this one, what I'm going to do, right, let's take like this, because we also give some condition later. So I'll do margin top of 4, flex as row, item center, justify center gap of 2, we'll do rounded to XL, py of 3, let's do active, opacity of maybe 85. What else? I think this is fine. Later we are going to see this, how this is coming. Also let's give a class name for this. Also I'll do text, maybe let's do small, font as bold, and I'll do text as white. So I think this is done. So now first of all we need to fetch the list of meals, correct? So let's go here. Now we need to do quite a few things. Okay, so first of all we already know that if this is searching, when the search query is greater than 0, the length is, which is correct. So first what we are going to do, right? So first we have to take a use effect. Okay, so now here let's take couple of, so first I'm going to take the selected category. Also you have to take is searching. Let's move this on to the top, and also I'm going to create one more method here. So look const load meals. So let's take a use callback, and here I'm just going to do async. Now what this is going to receive, this is going to receive the category will be as string, and here what we're going to take, so these load meals we're going to keep as a dependency here. Now this is where we're going to do the API calls. I'll do set loading, this will be true, and I'll do const data, and this is where we'll have it. We have the get meals by category, right? And this is, I'm going to pass the category, and then what you can do, right, let's give a catch also here. Okay, so you can just simply pass a catch like this. Okay, and then you're going to get the data, which will be this data. This you're setting in these meals, and then you're going to do set loading will be false. So this is going to load the meals, and here you're going to first you have to check that when you're going to load the meals, so I have to check if currently we are searching or not. If we are searching, we are going to return, or else I'm just going to call the load meals. So what you are going to pass, you have to pass a category. So what will be your category? Category will be your selected category. So this will be your selected category like this. Okay, the current category is going to pass here. So now let's save this, and you can see that you are getting the data here. Fantastic, awesome. Okay, so this is rendering. Now what you have to do, right? So couple of things you have to do. Okay, so first of all, when you're going to search, that time also you're going to fetch the same list with the search keyword, whatever we are typing here. Second, on click of this, we also need to change the selected value. Okay, so that is also very, very important. So first of all, what we are going to do, first let's do this this one. So first let's go here. Hey, what I'm doing, man. Let's go in our code. We have this placeable. This is what we need. Okay, so here I'm going to take on place, and now I'm just going to do handle category place, means which category we are currently pressing, right? So let's go to the top. Let's say if I'm clicking here, I need to save this. So here what you have to pass, you have to pass a current category, which will be this one, right? So now what you have to do here, so first let's copy this, and let's maybe go here. So to const handle category, so this is going to get the category. Let's take cat as sort. So I'll do string, and here first of all I'm just going to take the haptics dot impact async, and I'll do haptics dot impact feedback style, not notification, impact feedback style dot, let's do maybe light. And here I'm simply going to do set search query first empty. Why? Because if we have something, we're going to reset that value. Okay, then I'm going to do set selected category will be the current category that we are getting here. Okay, so if I save this, now let's say if I select here, right, see it's changing, you're getting the data. If I select here, you're getting the desert. Okay, if I select chicken, you're getting based on chicken. Why this is happening? Because in this use effect you have selected category as a dependency. When you're going to keep this as a dependency, so this use effect is going to run every time this value will change. Now if you see, when you're clicking here, every time this value is changing, so that is the reason this is getting called. If this is getting called, means this API is also going to get called. Okay, so that's why you're getting the updated data you're getting. So now let's say if I go to miscellaneous and let's click here, you're going to get. Okay, so that means this is working fine. So now what you're going to do, okay, we also need to do what, right? We also need to handle the search logic also. So let's create one more method here. So I'm going to do, or let's copy from this only and paste it here. I'm just going to do run search. So for this one, what you're going to receive, instead of category, you're going to receive the query. Okay, set loading will be true, and instead of these I'm going to pass search meals by name, and we're going to pass the query. That's it. We're going to do set meals and set loading will be false. Rest everything will be same. So now how we are going to do that? So first we are going to take one more use effect here, and in this use effect first we have to keep two things as a dependency. So every time I'm going to type something here, this value will change, search query. So whenever this value will change, I have to do what? I have to again fetch the updated list. So that means this search query I have to keep as a dependency, and also I'm going to pass this run search as a dependency, this one, these two. If you know React, you know that what we are doing here. Okay, so first I'm just going to do query. So this will be search query dot trim, and then first of all we have to give one condition that if the query is not present, simply you return, and then what I'm doing, so we'll do if not equal to query, so we're going to return, and or else I'm simply going to take a timer. Okay, and here I'm simply going to take a set timeout, and let's give maybe 400, and what you have to pass? You have to pass the run search, and you have to pass the query, this query. That's it, this is done. And then on cleanup you're going to just clear it, so do clear timeout, and what you have to pass? You have to pass the timer, right, this timer. So now let's save this. Now okay, so first of all let's give some here. Okay, maybe I'll do what we can give here, right? Maybe let's do goat. Okay, meals.map is not a function. Okay, something we are getting wrong here. Meals.map is not a function, means something we are not setting the value. Let's see here. Something we are doing wrong. Let's see the search, right? We are doing search, or what are we doing? We are doing search only. Okay, so this is the reason. Okay, so that's why it's coming. So let's reload this again. You have to take search for search actually. So now, so let's go here and let me search with a different one. Maybe let's do side. So let's type here side. Okay, we are getting no meals found. Let's do vegan. Okay, we are getting here, right? And let's do chicken. Okay, we are getting, right? And if I just select here, right, you see that these will be resetted. If I select here, you see, and then you can also do vegetarian. Sorry, I think I've given wrong spelling, vegetarian. Okay, so this is working fine. So that means, so this is now completed. But one thing, if you have noticed that what is that called, man, that saved meal button is not rendering, so we have to give some condition. Okay, so first let's go here at the end, we have to give something here. Okay, so for this one also, before that we need to do one more thing. So many things are there. So what we have to do, right, we also need to take some two more state. Okay, so when we are going to have the button, right, when we are going to save this meal, we also need to manage some state here, that whether this particular meal is saved or not. Okay, so for this one we are also going to take what we are going to do, right? So first of all, maybe first I'll take a const, and I'll do saving id, set saving id. So this will be use state, and for this one I'm going to take either string, or else this will be, let's do this one as null, and by default this will be null. So this is the first thing we need. Second thing what we have to do, right, we also need to get that, okay, what all meals we have already saved in our convex. Okay, the reason is very simple. See, we just can't take any state directly here, because consider we have this data. Okay, now when I'm going to save these, how I will be able to understand that this data is actually saved in our convex DB? How we are going to do that? So we have to first fetch all the list of meals that are already saved in convex. Okay, so that will be the first thing. So here we don't have anything else. Once we'll do that, now consider this is already saved. Next time we are going to fetch the list, and then we are going to check, okay, if this data is present in our convex data or not. If this is present, so that means this is already saved. You're getting what I'm talking about. So that means now we have to pause here. So first what we have to do, right, we have to now create our convex schema and also convex utility functions, that how we are going to do the write the query, how we are going to write the mutations, all of this in the next part. Once we'll do that, then only we will be able to use those utility in this particular page or screen, and then we are going to implement the rest of the functionality. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so the first thing what we have to do, right, so you have to create the schema. So let's go to our convex folder and let's create schema.ts. okay, so let's understand that how we can create schema. The first of all, we need to import something. So we have to import two things. One will be to define the schema and one will be to define the table. So what define schema is going to do, it's going to create your full DB schema, and define table is going to create one table inside that particular schema. Okay, so two things we are going to import, and that will be from convex/server. So one will be define schema and one will be define table, two things. So now also we are going to import something from convex/values, and let's import this v. Now what this is going to do, this is nothing but the convex validators. Okay, now here we are going to use some kind of validation using this particular property. Okay, so for example, let's say we can use this one, that we have one particular property where the type is string, so we can use this particular value. Now if you have worked with Zod, so it's almost similar. Okay, so first of all, let's define the schema. So I'm just going to do export function, and not function man, what I'm doing. So we'll do export default, and then we are going to take this define schema. So now inside this, the first thing what we have to do, so first we are going to create one particular table. So what we have to do, right, so when we are going to have the list of meals, we are going to have a button. So let's say I wanted to save this particular meal inside one particular table, right? So in that case, I need to have one table in my convex, okay, collection. So for this one, I'm going to give this one name as saved meals. So this is my table name, correct? So now what I have to do, I have to tell that, okay, this is my table, so I have to give define table, and this is where I wanted to give all the properties. So first of all, I wanted to have my user ID. This user ID will be my clerk user ID, and this will be v.string. Next, we are also going to have the meal ID, which will be string. Okay, and one very important point, in the different terminal, right, you have to run this npx convex dev. So you can see that you are getting error now. That is fine because we haven't completed this. So now meal ID, and also you need the name, and here I'm just going to give the string because this will be my meal name. Then we are going to have the category, and this will be, I'm just going to do this will be v dot, I'll do optional, and here I'm just going to do, so this will be v dot string. Okay, then we are also going to take the area, and I'm just going to do for this one also, let's take this one as optional. Next we are also going to take the image URL, which will be also, I'm just going to take this one optional, but this will be string. Then I'm going to take the source, this will be v dot string. What else? Also let's take the timestamp. So I'm just going to do created at, and this will be v dot number. Okay, so now what I will do, right, I will give an index here. So I'm just going to give one index, and let's give the index as maybe by user, and here I'm just going to give the field name, which will be let's give the user ID. Okay, so this will be the first index, and let's give one more index here, and I'm just going to give this one as by user meal, and in this case I'm just going to give the user ID and also the meal ID both. Okay, let me just, okay, meal ID, these two we need, and I think this is done. So now, so this will be our schema. So now let's save this, so it's going to run. You can see that now this is ready. So now what you can go, right, we'll go here, and then let me just open this. Alright, so I just opened the app. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our main utility functions. Okay, so utility functions here I'm talking about that when we are going to write something in our convex DB. So let's say when I'm going to save this particular meal in convex, I need to have some helpers, right, that will help me to do that. So this is where we have something called mutation. Okay, so mutation is going to help you when you want to write data. So write will be, it can be insert, it can be update, or it can be delete, right? And query is something when you want to read the data. Okay, so this is the difference. So mutation will be when you want to write something, query will be when you want to get something. Okay, so inside this convex, and here I'm just going to do saved meals.ts. Now first of all, what I have to do, right, we are going to import the validator, and this will be from convex / values, and then we are going to import something. Now these we are going to import from this generated folder. Okay, this is when we actually run this schema, right? So this will automatically, convex will automatically create this. So what we are going to import, so you have something called server, and this is where you are going to have your mutation and the query. Okay, so now what we are going to do right here, I'm going to start with the first mutation, which will be save meal. So save meal is going to call, we are going to call when we are going to have this button, and I'm going to click here and I'm going to save this particular meal in our convex DB. Okay, so here I'm going to call the mutation. See this, that is the reason it's very important to run the schema, because now your convex know, okay, this is the properties I have. So when I'm going to do the mutation, so it will understand. Here first of all I need to have args, and here, so this actually, this is called as arguments. Okay, so I'll just give you the explanation. So these arguments actually expected from the front end side. Okay, what convex is going to do, convex validates before it's going to run this particular function. Okay, so first of all I need to get the meal ID. So here this will be v.string. Then I'm going to get the name of that meal, which also will be v.string. Then also I need the category, which will be v.optional v.string. And then what else, we also have the area. So let me just copy this. We have the area, image, URL and source, these three. So copy this and then we are going to paste it here. Okay, so this is done, and now we are going to have the actual function that we are going to write, which will be our handler. Okay, so this is our actual backend function. Here this will be async, and this is where you're going to have something called context, right? So context is nothing but, here you will be able to access your database, you will be able to understand whether the user is authenticated or not. So this is going to give you certain methods that you will be able to use. Okay, so you'll understand what I'm talking about. So let's take this one as context args, and here let's take const, and I'll do identity, and this will be avid. And see, if I do context dot, see, you're getting auth, and then I'm going to get user identity, right? So this is going to give me whether the user is actually an authenticated user from Clerk or not. How we are going to understand, because we have a auth config where you have clearly mentioned that, okay, here we are using Clerk, right? So we are clearly mentioning. So I'm going to remove this and just explain. So that is the reason this is going to give me that information. If not equal to identity, so that means what? So that means this user is not authenticated. So you're going to do new error, and here you're going to do not logged in, something like this. Now I'm going to get the user ID. So how I'm going to get the user ID? So this will be the identity, and it's going to give me this, it's going to give me the subject. Okay, now we are going to simply check const, and I'll do existing. So here first of all we need to check that whether this particular user already saved this meal that we are going to save or not. Okay, so that means if this user already saved, so they are not going to save it again, correct? So we need to check that. So that means you have to check existing, and here we are going to do await. This context is going to give you this dv. Okay, so this dv is going to, now you can do what? You can do query, and now I'm going to query the saved meal table. See, you are getting this. And now what I will do, right, we have an index, you remember, we have this index, we'll do with index, and this is where you are going to use this by user meal. See, this is where it is important. So by user meal index is going to give you the information of that user ID and the meal ID. So this combination will easily tell you that whether this particular user added that meal in your convex DB or not, right? So that is the reason we need this what is that called, man? Index. Okay, so this is what we need. And now I'm just going to take, so it will going to give me a callback, so I'm just going to take this one as q for query, and then we can simply check q dot equals. How you're going to do it? So you have the user ID, and this user ID is nothing but this user ID. So if this matching, okay, and if this is equal to what, I think I'm doing something wrong. No, I think this will be inside one. Okay, this will be here. Okay, so equal, and then you're going to have the meal ID, and this meal ID will be what? you have the arguments, right, that you're going to pass. This argument will have the meal id. See, everything is linked, so you have the args dot meal id, right? So if both are matching, so that means this is existing, which is already saved. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, right, also let's pass this one as unique. So unique means we have to see only one matching document is there or not, so I'm going to pass this one as unique. If this is already present, so if this is already existing, so in that case what I'll do, right, I'm going to return, so let's return as saved will be true. I'm going to do already saved will be true, and then I'm also going to pass the id, which will be existing dot id. So this is going to give you the id. Okay, and this is done. So now which one I'm doing? Okay, this after this. So now I'm going to add a new one. So if it is not added, means we need to add. So I'll do add it. So I'll do context.db.insert. So I'm going to add a new one, and here I'm going to add in the saved table saved meals table, and here we are going to pass all the properties. So the meal id, which will be args.meal id, then you have the name, which will be args.name, then what else, we have the category, we have the args.category, then you have the image URL, and this will be args.image URL, then you have the source, which will be args.source. So all this, and also let's pass the created at, which will be date.now. So save this. So this is going to save your meal to your convex DB or in that particular table, and then you're going to return. So I'll do saved, this will be true. I'll do already saved, this will be false, and also you're going to pass the id, this id. Okay, so I think this is done. So this is going to give you this is going to help you to save a particular meal to your DB. So now second one will be, we need to get all these from our DB. So whatever I have saved, I need to show it in this particular page, correct? So that I need to list whatever I have stored in my DB. So for this one, we need to have one more method. So I'll do export const, and I'll do get saved meals. Now this time I'm going to use query. Okay, and this query I'm going to pass the args as empty, and I'm going to pass the handler, which will be async. Let's take the context. So first again I'm going to take the identity, and if this is not there, so I'm just going to copy these 3 lines, paste it here, and then first of all what I'm going to do, I'm going to just return await context.db.query, and I'm going to query which one, the table that I have saved meals, and you can also pass the with index. So I'm just going to with index by user, because for a particular user they will be able to only see those meals that they have saved. You're getting? So let's say that 2 user A, user B. User A saved 1 meal, user B saved 10 meals. So user A only will be able to see 1 meal, and user B will be able to see 10 meals, correct? And here you also have to take the query, and then what you can do, right, you have to just do query dot equals, and which will be what, user ID, and this user ID will be the user ID that you have, this one. So this is going to give you all of this, and then you can pass some properties, right? Let's say I wanted to order this in descending order, and also you can do something like collect. So collect is going to do what? It's going to convert this particular, sorry, it's there, right? So execute the query and return all the result as an array. So it's going to convert query result into an array. I think this is done, and okay, one more we need. So I'm just going to give one simple one. So I'm just going to do export const, let's do is meal saved, whether the current meal is saved or not. So this is what I'm going to check. So I'm going to pass arg. So in that case I'm going to pass the meal ID, which will be v.string, and here I'm also going to pass a handler. So this will be async. So I'll do context args, and here also let's take the identity, and if not identity, so I'm going to return false, or else I'm going to check the existing, right? So I'll do existing, and this is where we can actually let's check this one, right? We already have written this part existing. So here I'm just going to copy this and we'll paste it here. So let's go one more time. So we have the context. .db query from the table by user email. This is the index, so we have to check. So how you're going to get the user ID? Over user ID you can simply take identity.subject, and mail ID will be this mail ID that we are going to pass as a query, okay, as an argument. And then what you can do, right, not here, after this I'm just going to do return if this existing is not equal to null. So that means this is already saved in your Convex DB. Save this. I think this is done. So let's go here, let's see it. Okay, it is ready. And at the end we are going to have one more, which will be to delete. So for this one I'll do export const delete mail. Here again, see, this is very important. You have to use mutation because you are writing a data. Here I'm going to take args, and here I'll do id, which will be v.id. We have to do v.id, and here we have to get from the saved meals. Okay, so now first of all I'm going to take the handler. So this way async context args. Okay, let's do the same thing again. We have to just copy from here these 3 lines we need. And now what we can do simply, okay, so first we have to get the saved meal. So I'll do saved meal. So how we are going to get? So this ID, so from my table using this ID I will be able to get that, okay, which meal I want to delete. For example, let's say this one is already added. Because I have this ID of this particular meal, I'll be able to get that. So now what I can do, right, I'll do avid. So I'll do context.db.get, and this is where I'm going to pass the args.id. So this is going to give me that if this is not present, so that means this meal is not even present, so you can't delete anything, right? Sorry, this will be saved meal. So in that case what you have to do, you are going to throw new error meal not found, something like this. Okay, so I think this is done. Save this, and after this what we can do simply, let's give one more check that if the saved meal dot user ID is not equal to current user ID, so that means this user haven't saved it. Okay, so what you can do, you can just throw new error that you can only delete your saved meals. Okay, so this is one, and then you're going to delete it. So you avid context.db.delete, and you're going to use this args.id. So it's going to delete, and then just simply return maybe whatever success or deleted as true. Okay, so this is going to delete this. So now all 3 is completed. So what will be our next step? So now we can start rendering the button. We have to take all this, so save meal, and this one we are going to use in our file. So we'll go to tabs and this index. So this is where we are going to use this, and let's complete this particular page in the next section. Alright, so let's start working on this particular page. So you have to complete this. So first of all we are going to get couple of things, right? So let's go to our store, and we need to get this set pending auth action. Okay, so first of all I'm going to just get this. So I'll do use app store, and here I'm going to do state. So I'll do state dot set pending auth action, and here, or maybe you can directly take like this. Okay, that's it. So next we are going to get our save meal. So this is just now we have created. So for this one we're going to use mutation. So this you are going to import from this where is that method, convex/react. This is the method you are going to use, and here you're going to use the API from this particular generated folder, convex generated/API, and then you're going to use saved meal dot. So you're getting all the methods, so you need the save meal. Okay, that's it. Then we are also going to get the saved meals. So this also will be use query. Okay, this will be use query, not mutation, because this is going to write the data into your DB. This is going to query the data from DB. Okay, both are different. So that is the reason you have to use query. Here you have to pass the query, that which query you want to call, and the arguments, if any arguments you have to pass. Okay, so here we have the API.savedMeal. We have the saved where is that, is meal, no, not this one, get saved meals, and then here we have to pass the arguments. So for arguments what you're going to do, so first of all we have to get couple of things, right? So first we have to get is this is loaded. means if this screen is loaded, I think this we have to get it. I think we are not using. Okay, you have to get this from this use auth. Okay, so you have to get from use auth, and this is where you're going to get the is loaded and also is sign in or not. So here if this is loaded and if the user is sign in, okay, and we also need to import one more thing to see, and this you're going to use from use convex auth, and this is going to give you this method which is authenticated. And also I'm going to use one more is loading, but this one, let's change this one to is convex auth loading. Okay, so here I'm simply going to check if this is authenticated. So in that case I'm going to pass empty, or else this will be, I'm just do skip. So these two things we need. Now if you go to this particular one, right, so let me just go to this convex saved meals. For the get saved meals, we don't have any arguments. Okay, so we don't have to pass anything, so that is the reason we are passing empty object here. Okay, so now I think this is done. So what you can do, right, from this saved meals, what we are doing here, if you go to this saved meals, what we are doing, we are actually querying this table and then we are returning the data. Okay, you're getting what I'm talking about. How? Based on the user ID, that if one particular user logged in and that user saved 10 meals, so this is going to give me those 10 meals from the DB based on this user ID. So now what I need to do, right, I need to get the ID of those meals. So I'm just going to saved meals ID, and for this one let's use a use memo. And here what I'm going to do, right, so let's also let's give a dependency here. So you have to give the saved meals as a dependency, this one, and here I'm simply going to so let's do a new set of the saved meals dot map, and here I'll get the meal, and this is going to give me meal dot meal ID. Okay, so this is what you're going to get, or else I'm just going to do this one as empty. So this is going to give me all the meal IDs that this particular user already saved. Alright, so now we have to render the button. Okay, so first let's do one thing. Let's go here, and after this we are going to first see that if this current meal that we are seeing, if this is saved in DB or not. So how we can check that? So I'm just going to do const is saved, and we have this saved meal IDs, right? Saved meal ID, not change this one to saved meal IDs, saved meal IDs. So saved meal IDs dot has, because we are using set, and this is going to be what, this meal dot meal ID. If this is present, so ID meal, so that means this is currently saved. Okay, we also need to do one more, which will be if this is currently saving or not. So what I mean by this, when we are going to have the button, and let's see if I'm clicking on this button, so for some time it will take at least some millisecond also, right, to save this one into our DB. So in that time we can actually render some loading state or maybe make the button disabled. So for this one we are going to simply do is saving, and for this one we have this saving ID. Okay, if you were not remember, so you have taken this saving ID, right? So this we are going to use later. So if this current saving ID is equal to this meal dot ID meal, if this is the case, so that means we are currently saving that particular meal to our DB. So now we can go to traceable. We'll give a disable property if this is saved, or if this is saving, or here also I'm just going to do if this is if the user is sign in, and then here I'm just going to do is convex auth loading, or is this is, or sorry, if this is not equal to authenticated. So in these cases this will be disabled. So now first of all we also need to render the button color. So after this what we're going to do, right, so I'm just going to take let's take is saved. If this is saved, so in that case I'm going to use a BG, and for this one let's use the, let me check the color, 22C55E, and if this is not saved, so in that case we're going to use that same color that we are using, so F97316. Okay, what we are doing wrong, man? Something we are doing wrong, is it? What is that, man? Oh, okay. Yeah. So this will be BG of F3 F97316. So if I save this, so now you're going to get the saved meal. Fantastic. Also here we are going to change couple of logic. So I'm just going to do, if this is already saved, so in that case I'm going to render saved, or else if this is currently saving, so in that case I'm just going to render saving. Okay, or else if the user is signed in, then only we are going to do that. And if convex auth already loaded, and if not equal to is authenticated, here in that case what we have to do, right? So in that case maybe let's render connecting, because it's not yet done. Okay, oh sorry, we have to give this, and if it is not the case, then only we are going to do save meal. Okay, so let's save this. See, you're getting, so you're getting, for some time it's getting connecting, and then you're getting save meal. Like, instead of connecting you can render something else also, it's up to you, but until unless it's loading, and if it is not authenticated, so in that case you have to show connecting. So with this I think this is done. So now what you have to do, right, you have to go to pressable, and I'm just going to take on press, and here I'm just going to do this one as handle save meal, and we're going to pass the current meal, and this will be our actual method where we are going to do what, we are going to actually save this in our convex DB. Okay, so let's go to the top, and I'm just going to create this, will do const handle save meal. This will be async method. We're going to get the meal, which will be the meal list item from our types. So first of all you have to check if the saved meal IDs has this meal ID, so in that means this is already saved, so you're not going to do anything. So I'm just going to do return. Then let's take a haptics.impact async, and I'll do haptics.impact feedback style dot medium, and then I'm simply going to do if currently if it is not loaded, or if the user is not signed in, so in that case we have to make the set pending auth action. This will be save meal. Okay, and here I'm simply going to do router dot push, and I'm just going to push this to sign in page because the user is not logged in, and here I'm just going to do return. Okay, so simply I'm just doing, so this is my auth action. So when the user is not logged in, let's say you are doing a production level app, right, and whatever user is doing any action, you are actually using some kind of tool where you are tracking the user action, that okay, user is now currently doing sign in, user is now currently clicking on this button, you're getting, right? So basically you are tracking user activity. So this is going to help you that okay, user was not signed in, but still user try to click on this particular button or whatever he's doing. So we are actually setting the pending auth action as save meal, so that means user is doing save meal action. Okay, so now after this what we are going to do, we also need to check this if this is loading or if this is not authenticated. So in that case we are going to use this alert component from React Native, and this is going to give this alert, and I'm simply going to do connecting account comma, and let's do your session is still loading, please wait, something like this. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do return, and then we are going to save this. So now I'm just going to take try. So first of all what we have to do, right, so let's take a catch error, and then finally, so I'm just going to do set saving ID will be null, and here after this, sorry I think you are getting some noise maybe, and here we have to do alert, and here I'm just going to pass this one as error, and I'm simply going to do could not save meal, or maybe let's give like this. So I'm just going to do if error is instance of error. So in that case simply we are going to do error dot message, or else I'm just going to do could not save meal. Okay, so this is done, and here first we'll do set saving will be the meal.id meal, and then I'm going to do const result, and this will be await, and then we are going to call the save meal. So this is our mutation that we are using, and this save meal we have to pass the argument. So first we have to pass the meal ID, so which will be your meal. So meal is this meal. Okay, this is the meal that we are passing, this one current meal. So this will be meal.id meal. Then you're going to pass the name, which will be meal dot what is that, str meal, this one category. So here I'm just going to do if meal dot category, or else we are going to pass the selected category. Then we are going to pass the area, which will be meal dot str area. I'm going to use the image URL, which will be meal dot thumbnail, and source, let's pass this one as API, something like this. That's it. Now I'm simply going to check if this not able to result dot already saved. So in that case, what we can do, right, maybe if this is not already saved, we are going to do something, or maybe for this one this is not needed. Let's remove this. I think this should be done, right? So for now I think you can also remove this one, or we can do something using this image, sorry, using this result. I'm just going to keep a placeholder that we can use this image to do certain feature. I'm going to explain later. For now I think this is fine. So now let's save this. So first of all, let's try to save. Okay, we'll see what is on. First let me just go here and reload this one more time. Okay, and I'll go here, go to discover, save. Okay, this is saved. Now we'll go here, you're getting the data. Fantastic. Okay, so this is working fine. Okay, we click, so it should be saved. Okay, try to save here, and you're getting one more data. See, fantastic, right? So that means this is working fine. Click here, and you can see this is still you are getting as saved. Why? Because you're already getting this saved with the saved meals, this one. So based on this we are simply checking. So that means this is now completed. So what will be the next step? Next step will be we need to render all these saved one in the saved screen, and then we are going to have the remove feature. Okay, so let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now let's start working on the saved screen. Okay, so we'll go to this screen, and then first of all we are going to get couple of things that we need, and I think we have already used this one, so I don't have to explain much. You will understand that what actually you're doing here. So first of all we need the use auth, and here we need is loaded and is sign in. So this is the first thing. We also need is authenticated from use convex auth. So we are going to get is authenticated. Also we need so let's take the router. So we'll do use router. This will be from Expo Router, and then we are also going to take the set pending auth action, which will be from, sorry, this will be use auth. No, you not use auth, it will be use app store. And here we're going to get state, and this will be state, and then I'm just going to get the set pending auth action. Okay, so now first of all, when we're going to render the list of meals, correct, that whatever we have added here, we have two. For this one we already have this particular method, right, get saved meals. So this is what we need, correct. So now first of all what I'm going to do, simply let's do const, and I'll do saved meals, sorry, saved meals, and this will be use query from convex react, and here we are going to get API dot saved meals dot, and we have this get saved meals, and also we, let's see if, we don't have to pass anything here, right? So in that case what I can do, can simply check if is loaded, if is signed in, if authenticated, then in that case we're going to pass empty, or else we're going to skip this. That's it. So this is the second thing we need to do. Now we also need one more method that we have created, and that is delete meal, right? So we're also going to delete the meal if they wanted to delete from the DB. So I'll do delete meal. So this will be use mutation, and in this case this will be API dot saved meals dot delete meal. Okay, so this is done. Now I'm just going to take one more state here. So this will be deleting ID, set deleting ID sorry, and this will be use state of, let's take this one as maybe, okay, let's take either string or null. So it'll be string or null, and this will be null. Okay, so I think this is done. So first of all what do we have to do on page on screen load, right? We are going to do what, right? So first of all let's do one thing. Okay, very important. First we need to give one condition here, that if the user is not signed in, so in that case I'm just going to return. So I'll do redirect, and I'll just redirect the user to sign in page. Okay, so this is actually very important. Before we do that, so first let's render this. Okay, so first we have to get the list of we have to render the list of saved meals. So for this one, first let's remove these, and I'm just going to open this this one here. Now why we need this, so we can copy paste some of the things. We don't have to do each and everything, or we don't have to write each and everything again, because we have done some of the things already. So first of all, we have this, right? So this is the back button. So first copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. So this will be the first thing. So first let's import this from React Native. Let's import the icon, and then I'm just going to take the handle back logic also from here. So we'll copy this, and then we'll just paste it here, and let's import star as haptics from Expo Haptics. Okay, so first let's save this. So we're getting back, right? So if I click here back, so it will go to this page. Awesome. So this is the first thing. This is done. So after this, we are going to do what? We are going to take a scroll view. So I'm just going to do a scroll view, and here let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do a class name which will be flex of 1, and I'll do content container class name, and here I'll do px of 6 and pv of 10, and here I'll do source vertical scroll indicator, and I'm just going to do this one as false. Inside this I'm just going to render. So maybe you can do like this, right? So let's go here, we can copy this, and then we can paste it here, and this will be saved meals. So we're getting saved meals. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what will be the next thing? So after this, first of all, I'm going to check this. If the saved meals, so this one, that whatever you have this part, if this is equal to undefined, so in that case what we will do, maybe you can just render like, okay, this is now loading, please wait, something like that, or loading saved meals. Then we also need to give one more condition, that if this length is equal to 0, so that means we don't have any saved meals yet. So you can just go to the discover screen and you can add one. Okay, you're getting. If this is not the case, then we are going to render all the saved meals here as a list. So first let's start with this one. So when this will be undefined, so in that case what I'm going to do, I'll just take a view, and for this one let's take a class name. So I'll do margin top of 16, and I'll do item as center, and inside this let's take a activity indicator from React Native, and I'll do a size as large, and here I'm just going to do color, and this will be colors dot, let's do primary. Here I'm just going to take a text, and I'll simply do loading saved meals, right? Something like this, and you can give a class name. So maybe I'll just do here margin top of 5, text base, font medium or bold, whatever you want to do. Let's take medium only, and also medium, and what else? I'll do text as black. Okay, if this is 0, so that means we don't have any saved meals yet. So in that case what we will do, so we'll take one more view, and here let's take class name. So I'll do margin top of 10, items center, let's do rounded, sorry, we'll do rounded 3xl, bg as white, and p of 8. And here also let's take a style also, and I'm just going to take a style, and this will be shadows dot soft. Okay, and if this is not the case, then we are going to render the actual list for now. But here what we can do, simply I'm just going to take this text, maybe this one, and I'll just render something like that. No saved meals yet, saved meals yet. Okay, so save this. So we're getting loading saved meals, and then we are not getting anything. Why? Because we already have the saved meals, correct? We already have here 2. So now that data we are going to render here. Okay, this is the place. So now what we can do, simply after this, here I'm going to take a view. This is where we are going to render. So first I'm just going to take a class name, margin top of 4, gap of, let's do 5 maybe, or let's do 4, and inside this now I'm going to map the saved meals dot map, here I'm going to get the meal item, right? So I'll do meal item. So now let's return the view. First we are going to take a key, very important. Okay, so this will be the meal item dot id. So this id will be the id that we have, this id. So this is the id, and then I'm also going to take a class name. Let's do overflow hidden rounded 3xl, and let's do bg as white. And inside this, first let's render the image, right? We can directly render the image because we already have the image here. So I'm going to take the image. So let's import this one from Expo Image, and here I'm just going to do source. So this will be URI, and this will be meal item dot image URL. Okay, style, let's do width as 100%, height as 200. Let's do height as, let's skip 200 only. Then I'm just going to do content fit, and this I'm just going to do cover, and let's do a transition. Let's do 200. Okay, so save this. Fantastic. So you're getting this one. And then what we can do, right? So after this, maybe we can take one more view. Let's take a class name. Let's do p of 4, and we don't have to render everything. Okay, so let's render the category. Maybe let's take one more view, and inside this let's take a text, and I'm just going to render meal item dot category. Okay, so if I save this, we're getting this. Now let's give some here we'll just do this on a flex row, flex wrap, and gap of 2, and for this I'll give a class name. So let's do maybe text access, font semi bold, and I'll do text that color we are using, right? But I'm not able to, let me just check. So I'll do F97316. Okay, awesome. What else? Maybe let's do, okay, let's copy this and let's render the area also here. And for this one, let's change this one to 22. Let me check, 22C55E. Okay, this one. And let's see how this is looking first. Let's save this. Okay, area we are not rendering, is it? Area is unset. Okay, this part we have to check, man. Why we are not getting area? So we'll go here. Okay, if this is present, if this is not present, then okay. So in that case, okay, it's simple. So we can do something like this, that if this is present, then only we are going to render. So if the mail item dot area, if this is present, then only we'll do this, or else we just don't render this. Simple. Okay, and then we are also going to render the what is that called, the actual meal name. So in that case, I'm just going to take the meal name, sorry, meal item dot name. Okay, so let's see. So you're getting this. We have to give some class name here. So I'm just going to do class name, margin top of 2, and this is let's do a text of large, font as bold, and also we'll do a text of, let's do a black. Also let's give a padding of 5 maybe. No, I think let's do padding of 3. Or if I just do this like this, okay, maybe let's do it in different way. Okay, let's skip it here. So this is the view, right? I'll copy this and then I'll paste it here, and then let's skip it like this inside this only, and we can remove this part. Okay, I think this is enough, man. We don't have to do anything else. So I think this is done. Now this is this view. Okay, after this maybe, or inside here only you can take. So let's take a pressable now, and here we are going to now do what, right? So we will let's do something like this. We already have that state, right? So let's go here, this deleting ID. So what we can do, simply you can just check here, is deleting. So is deleting will be if this is equal to meal item dot id. Okay, so here I can simply just do like this. If this is deleting, so in that case I can render a activity indicator, or else here okay, it will be outside, or else here we can just take a trash to icon, and also we can take a text which will be remove. Okay, now let's save this first and then we are going to just do it. So here first of all let's do okay, first let's give a here. So first I'll do disabled, which will be is deleting. We have to take a couple of class names. So I'll do margin top of 4. Let's do flex of row, items center, justify center, gap of 2. We'll do rounded excel. Let's do 2 excel, border. Okay, and bg as white. We'll do border of so this will be color. I have to check F3 E7 D8. Okay, let's do a py of 3, and let's do activity. I'm just going to do opacity of 90, and let's do a disable. So in that case I'm just going to do opacity of 50. So this is the first. In the activity indicator, what we can do, right? So for this one, let's give a size, and I'm just going to do this one as small, and color I'm going to do colors dot primary. For this, let's give a size as 18. Color I'm going to do, sorry, color we have to give, which will be colors dot danger, and I'll do a stroke width of 2. And for this one I'm just going to do text, sorry, class name text small, font as bold, and I'll do a text as this color which is EF4444. Save this. Okay, this is fine. We should give some, let's give a padding here, man. So let's do a padding of 4. Okay, maybe let's do 3. Okay, so I think this is fine. If you want, you can also change this, right? Maybe let's say, okay, let's go here, see what color we are using in this traceable. Maybe we can use the same, right? BG, what we are doing, BG of this or this. Maybe use this one. We'll do BG of this one, and let's change this to here. Oh, that's why it's coming. PY of 3 we can use here. PY of 3, and this one we can remove, and let's do this BG. Save this. Okay, and then we can just change this one to text as, or maybe we can just copy from here only, right? Text white we are using, so let's do text white only. And here also you can do color dot primary. Oh, color dot primary is same. Let's see what else we have. Color dot secondary. Oh, this is also looking bad, man. So in that case, okay, let's do different. Okay, so instead of doing this, we'll use this one here. We'll use this color, and we will make this one as color. We will do maybe let's do color as white. See, okay, so this is now looking fine. So one thing is left, and that is actual on click we have to take. Okay, so first we'll go to this pressable, and maybe let's do it here only, and I'll do on press, and here I'm just going to take handle delete, and here we are going to take the meal item dot id. This you have to pass that which one I wanted to delete, and then meal item dot name, and this is what we are going to implement now. So first let's go to the top. So here we will do just const handle delete. So first we are receiving what ID, so this will be ID we are going to get from the convex data model, and here we are going to pass the table. So we have the saved meals, and also you have the name, which will be string. These two things we are getting. So now what you're going to do, right, simply first I'm going to render alert dot alert, and here I'm just going to do that remove saved meal. So you're going to give a question mark here, comma, and here what we can do, simply we are going to give that this one we are going to delete, so this will be removed from your saved list, something like this. Okay, and then we can do here, we can give some option, right? So first I'm going to give a text, so this will be cancel, and style I'm going to give this one as cancel. Okay, so this is the first one, and then you'll give comma, and then I'm going to do text as remove, and style will be destructive. Okay, so if I save this, so let's see what is happening here. So first if I click here, right, so you're getting this, you can cancel, and then on click of remove we are going to remove this. I hope this is clear how we are going to do that. So in this one only we can take on press, so whenever I'm going to click on this, I wanted to call that, right? So currently nothing will happen here. Okay, so on press, now this will be async method, and here you're going to take a try, catch, and finally. So for this catch, what you can do, right, you can use the same logic we have done here, this part, right? Copy this and paste it here, so this will be error, and finally you'll do set deleting ID will be null. So in the try, first of all what we have to do, right, so first I'm just going to use the haptics dot impact async, so we'll do haptics dot impact feedback style dot medium, and I'll do set deleting ID will be the current ID, so this ID that we are getting, and then we can simply do have it delete meal, and here you're going to pass the ID, right? So you have to pass the ID here, so you're going to pass the ID, and then what you have to do, right, here once you delete you can do certain operations. So I'm just repeating here because this is important. So let's say you wanted to do some thing, maybe you wanted to redirect, so all those things you can do from here, but for now this should delete it because this method is going to delete from your convex DB. So now let's see what is happening. So I'm just going to click on remove, and let's click here, so this is now removed. You can see that you have only one, and now if I just go back, so you can see that now this is not, so only one is saved because this is actually saved now, right? If I go here, remove this, remove, let's go to discover, see, immediately it's fantastic, right? So that means this is working fine. So with this part is now completed. Okay, so now if you just do save, this is saved, go to saved, this is now showing, right? You can go this page, let's go, or maybe let's go to this different category, save this one, go here, this is saved, you're getting 2 data, and this is working fine. So one thing that is left, so first what you have to do, you have to go back, we have to implement this home page first, and we are going to keep this one simple, and because this is mostly will be CSS and all those things you have to write, so I'll just copy paste some of the things content. We are not going to write each and everything. And first thing, one very important point we should have here, we should be having one button where we will be able to redirect to the discovered page, okay, from this screen. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so let's start working on this home screen. Okay, so I'll close this, let's go here, and then we have completed this part. Okay, so after this view, okay, where this view, okay, this one, so after this we're going to implement, so we'll take a scroll view. Okay, so inside this let's take a class name, so I'll do flex of 1, and I'll do container class name, which will be padding bottom of 10, let's do px of 6 and padding top of 4. Here also I'll do so vertical scroll integrator will be false. Okay, so now inside this I'm just going to take a text, and let's take a class name, so I'll just do text, let's do 42px, font as bold, leading 48px, and I'll do text as black. Okay, and here we are going to simply, let's do like this. I'm just going to do find your next, and here we can just give this, and here I'm just going to do, maybe let's do craving. So save this. So you're getting this. Fantastic. I think this is looking nice. Okay, so after this text we are going to use a linear gradient, and here what you can do, right? Oh sorry, now inside this we have to give the colors. So colors I've already used. We have to give colors, start and end, these three. So copy this and we'll paste it here, and then I'm just going to give some style, and here I'm just going to give a margin top, and this will be spacing dot large. Let's give a border radius, which will be radius dot XL. I'll do padding, which will be spacing dot large. Let's give a overflow. I'll do hidden, and I'll do mean height. Let's do 220. Okay, and also I'm going to pass a shadows dot soft. So save this. So this is what you're getting. Alright, so inside this we are just we'll take a view, and I'll take a utensils cost, this icon. Let's give a size, which will be 20. Let's give this one as 30, and color I'm going to give this one as, sorry, this will be color. I'll do white, and also I'll do stroke width, which will be 2. And in this view, so let's take a class name. So I'll do margin bottom of 4, height of 14, width of 14. I'll do item center, justify center. I'll do rounded to XL, and I'll do BG white divided by 25. Save this. So we'll get this, and here let's, what else we can do? I think this is fine. I think something we are doing wrong here. Why this is not ready? Oh, this will be one more. Okay, so now this is done. So let's take a text, and here I'm just going to render this. Okay, we'll take a class name. So I'll do text. Let's do 26 px. Font as bold. I'll do leading as 8, and let's do text as white. Okay, so I think this is done. We don't need this, directly remove this. What else? Okay, so after this let's take one more text, and I just use this one. Let's give a class name. So for this one I'll do margin top of 2. Let's do max width of 85%, and here I'll do text as small, leading 5, and text I will do y divided by 90. Okay, looking nice. And after this, what I can do, right, maybe here we can give some explore now option. Okay, so here I'm just going to do pressable, and here I'll do a text, and this is where I'm going to give explore now, something like this. And in this pressable, let's give a class name. So I'll do class name margin top of 5, flex as row, item center, gap of 2, self start, rounded full. Let's do BG as white, PX of 5, PY of 3, and let's give an active opacity of 90. Okay, and inside this, for this one, let's give a class name. So I'll do text as small, I'll do text as small, font as bold, and for text we are going to use that same color that we are using, right? So I'll do F97316. So I think this is fine. Let's take one more arrow right, and we'll do a size of maybe 18 or 16. Let's do it 16. Color, I'm going to do colors dot primary, and I'll do a stroke width of 2.5. See, awesome. So now what we can do, right, here we can take on press and I'll do handle navigate to discover screen. Okay, so copy this and then we'll just copy from here, paste it, and here we can simply just do, right, so we'll go to these tabs, save this. So now if I just click here, it will go to discover page. Fantastic. So I think this is done. So now we will render some feature card so that it will look nice. So what I can do, right, so after this linear gradient, so let me just close this. So after this, let's take one more text and I'll do everything you need, and here I'll do a class name, so I'll do margin top of 8, text as large, font as bold, and text as black. Okay, and here we'll take a view inside this. Now it's up to you. Okay, so you can just render this card, it is optional, or if you want you can do it, if you don't want you can skip this. Okay, this is just to make so that it will look nice. Okay, there is no functionality or something like this. So we have this view. So for this one maybe let's do a class name, so I'll do margin top of 3, let's do flex row, and what else, we'll do gap of 3, and inside this I'm going to take pressable also is not needed, man. Maybe we can do this, right, so we'll do pressable. Let's do pressable, I'll explain, so that we can use the same link so that it will go to the discovery screen. Okay, and inside this we'll just take a view, and here what I can do, right, let's take a compass and I'll do a let's do a size of 22. Color, I'm going to use colors.primary, and I'll do a stroke width of 2. And for this view, let's take a class name, so I'll do height of 11, width of 11. Let's do item center, justify center. I'll do rounded 2XL, and let's do a BG of let's do FFEDD5. And for this pressable we can also take the same on press, so we'll do handle navigate to discover screen. Okay, and let's give a class name, so I'll do flex of 1, rounded 3XL, BG as white, padding of 4, and for active we'll do opacity of 90. Also let's do one thing, where is that, let's take a style here. So for style what we can do, right, we can just take the shadows dot soft, comma, I'm just going to give a mean height of maybe 200. So you can see that we are getting this. Fantastic. So now what I can do, right, here we can just take some text and I'll do discover meals, and here we'll take a class name, so the margin top of 4, text base, font as bold, and I'll do text, let's use some different color this time, so I'll do this 1F2933. Okay, so we're getting this discover meals. So now after this also we can take one more text, and let me just use this, so we'll copy this one, and here I'll pass a class name, so I'll do margin top of 1, text as XS, let's do a leading of 4, and let's do it for this one text, let's do different color, so I'll use this, I'll do 6B7280. Okay, so I think this is fine. What else, if you want you can also take some arrow, but I think this is fine for now, we don't have to do anything else. So after this let's take one more view. Okay, so here I'll take one more view, I'll give you a class name, so I'll do flex as 1, gap of 3, and inside this let's take a pressable, and here what we can do, right, maybe we can use the same thing, so let's take this copy this, paste it here, instead of this compass we'll use the heart, and let's keep this one as 18, color we'll make this one to secondary. What else, I think this is fine too, let's change this one to 9, item center, justify center, rounded, this is fine. And let's see, change the BG to this one. Let me just check. So we'll do DCF CE7. Okay, and for this pressable, what we'll do, right, we'll go to the save screen instead of going to that. So first let's take the class name. So I'll do flex as 1, let's do rounded 3XL, BG as white, padding of 4, and I'll do active opacity of 90. So save this. See, we are getting this. And now what you can do right here, maybe for this one, let's do on press, and I'll do handle navigate to saved screen. So let's go here, copy this, and then this will go to /saved. Okay, so this is done, and then we will just render some text here. Okay, so let's copy these two again, paste it, and this will be saved meals, something like this, saved meals or saved cravings, whatever you can do. And here we just have to check that if the user is sign in, then only I'm just going to do view your saved meals, or else I'm just going to do sign in to save, something like this. Okay, so now let's save this. So if I just do, let's say, click here, it will go to this page. Okay, if you want also, let's do one thing, let's use this style, it's looking nice, right? So maybe I'll just use this one also here. Okay, I think let me just reload this. Okay, now it's coming, fantastic. Okay, so now I think these two are coming. Now if you want, you can also render one more card, or maybe we can also do that also, right? Let's say if I just go to this pressable, last pressable here, and after this, if I just render one more view, so let's see how this is looking. Okay, this is just experiment, I'm doing all of this live while doing. Okay, if it is not looking good, we can just change this. So I'll do class name, so let's do flex 1, we'll do rounded 3XL, BG as white, and padding of 4. And here I'll do a style, so I'll do shadow.soft. And here what we can do, right, so we'll do we'll take one more view, and inside this, okay, let's copy this only, right? We'll copy this, paste it here, sparkles, so we'll use 18. Let's do this one, color I'm just going to change to a different color. So let's do this D97706, and here I'll do this one as 9, this is also I'll do as 9, and I'll also do this one as FEF3C7. So save this. Okay, so you can see that it's coming like this, looking fine. And then we can also just render this text. So copy this, paste it here, and this will be something like surprise me. I'm just giving some random. Okay, you can just change all of this, whatever you want to do, and I'll do random pick, and let's save this. So you're getting this. Okay, now this will automatically increase. It's fine. If you want, you can also keep it, or you can remove this, and also you can just add some more text here, right? If you want, for example, you can just add some more text here, it will look fine. So you can just do all of this, or you can just render some list of info here, that this is, you can just navigate to this page, and those you're getting, right? For now I'm not doing all of this. So I think this is fine. So now with this is completed. So this will go to the discover script meals page, go back, it will go to the saved meals page, and everything is working fine. Go back, and let's do logout. Also this logout we have to change. So go to profile, and I'm just going to change this one to logout, like this. Okay, and let's click on logout. I wanted to check one thing, it will go to this page, fine. And if I go to saved, it will go to the sign in page, fantastic. And if you try to go to saved mail, you can see that you are getting sign in to save. Click here, go to sign in, awesome. And try to maybe go to discovers page. If I try to save, go to sign in page, awesome. To go to profile, go to sign in page. Now click here. Now let's click this account, continue. This one you have to check. Okay, now let's first go here. This is saved. Awesome. Go to profile, go to saved, go to discover, go back, and this is done. Okay, so now I think this is completed. Now we are going to do one very interesting thing in the next part. So let's see what we are going to do that, and then we also need to see, I think if I'm not wrong, I think I've done one little mistake. I think we don't have to pass that redirective. Remember that we have done, because see, I mentioned it, when I do all of this I have to watch the documentation, I'll read the documentation, and then I'll do live while doing the video recording. So there is a possibility that I will also do some mistake. So I'm actually guessing that we don't have to use that redirect URI. Remember, we use this redirect part. So this is what I'm thinking. This one we don't have to pass, I think, this redirect URI. So let me just see what is happening here. If I just remove this, okay, this is again experiment. Okay, so this is how we are going to learn things. So first let's see what is happening here. Okay, so first let's go to the profile screen. I'll just log out. It will go to this page. Go to profile, continue, click, continue. If not, then again we'll see. Okay, still we are getting this, or maybe it's not loaded. So let's reload this. I wanted to see what is happening. If this is not, that means again I need to read and see what is the proper solution for this. I'll log out, go to profile, sign in. I think we'll get still the same. We are getting this. So that means we need to watch this. So for now, we need to fix this. So first let's implement one interesting feature in the next part, and then we are going to fix this one, and once we'll do this, then this will be completed. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now moving to the next one. So what we are going to do, right, so because we are using Android, right, so I'm going to show you that how you can implement a notification feature. So what we are going to do, so whenever we will go to this discover page, right, so let's say I wanted to add one particular mail. So in that case we want to show one notification, and the second notification we want to show when user will delete any mail from the saved page. Okay, so these two things. So for this one we are going to use Expo notification, and for this one you have to use this npx expo install Expo notification. Okay, I already have done this, but let's rerun again. So I'm just going to install this one, and then first of all what we can do, right, so let's go to leave, and then I'm just going to create one notification folder, file. Now for this one I'm not go into too much details, but I will give you some very basic idea. Okay, so for this one what we have to do, so first of all there are a couple of things you have to understand, right, so that how you can implement a notification feature. First you need to follow a couple of steps. So first we have to understand that whether our application can use notification. So I'm going to explain what I mean by this. Second, we have to load the notification. Load the notification means the package that we are using. So in this case it is Expo notification, and then once we'll do that, we need to initialize the notification. Then we are going to set up the notification, and then we have to request for notification permission. So what I mean by this is, whenever you will install any application in your mobile device, right, you will see that whenever there will be any feature related to that particular app actually requesting you to give access for your notification, or maybe let's say that particular app want to see your contacts in the sense the contact number that you have saved, and you'll see that first time you are going to open, so that app will ask you, and in that case mostly you are going to see three options, right, that whether you want to give always allow option, whether you want to allow for the first time, or allows only once. You are getting right what I'm talking about. And the third one will be you don't want to give the notification permission, so in that case you wanted to do deny. So this is what I'm talking about. So whenever, for example, let's say I am adding one particular this one to save mail. Now for this particular application, if I don't have the notification permissions, whenever I'm going to do that, it is going to give me a native notification pop-up, right? So for this one we are going to create an Android build, because we have to, because what we are doing, right, we are using a native notification feature, right? So this is not controlled by Expo. So if I try to explain in a simpler way, okay, so that I will also explain that what I mean by this. So that pop-up will come, and then whatever you will give, let's say you'll give always allow option. So you'll see that whenever you'll go to settings and permissions, you'll see that for notification for this particular application it will be enabled. So that means user actually has given permission. If you don't give permission, you are not going to get any kind of notification. So what we understand, that first we have to understand a couple of things, that whether our app can use notification. Then we have to do what? We have to load the notification module, because we are using this package. And then we are going to do what? We are going to init the notification, and then we are going to set up, and then we are going to request for notification permissions. So all these things we have to do. So first let's do one thing. So first I'm just going to import something from Expo, and this will be, we are checking that whether this is running in Expo or not. Okay, so this returns a boolean value whether the app is running in Expo Go or not. Second, because we are only implementing this one for Android, so I need to import something from React Native, and that will be your platform module. Okay, so first what we will do, right? So first let's take a type, and this will be notification module, and for this one we are going to take a type of, and this type of will be so we have to import the Expo notification module here. Okay, so this will be our type that we are going to use. All right, so after this, first we'll start with that whether we can use the notification. So I'm just going to do can use notifications, and these can be little tricky. Okay, so you have to understand this point what I'm doing here. I also took some time to understand all of this. So first, when we are going to return this condition, right, first we have to understand whether we are not running this particular application where this is not supporting notification channel. So what I mean by this, so here let's say if I just write here that okay, if we are running this code on Expo Go, and if this platform.os is equal to Android, then we are going to use a not. Now what actually we are doing here, now see, this particular application that we are running, this is running on a Expo Go. Okay, these we are not running in a real install application. So what I mean by this, Expo Go actually not your application. Okay, so when we wanted to access the notification feature, this notification feature on Android are tied to a real install application where you have the app package name, you have the notification channel, you have the native permissions, you have the native notification setup, all of this, right? But when we are running the same applications on a Expo Go, right here your code is running on Expo Go. So that means when Android is seeing your application, this actually see this particular application as a Expo Go application. Okay, so here it's actually not seeing this your actual meal application. So here we have to return false to say, if I try to explain in a very simpler way, that we can't or we don't run notification code here. This is not the real app environment. Okay, so that means if I try to sum up in this one in 2 lines, and you'll see that now we'll be able to understand that we have Expo Go, right, which is true, plus if we are running this one on Android, this is going to block notification. But if we are creating an actual Android development build, plus we are running on Android, so in that case what will happen, we are going to get all these permissions pop up and everything, so we will be allowed the notification. So now I hope this is clear, right? So that is the reason we are simply telling that when we're running this one on a Expo Go, which is true, and platform.os is Android, we are going to return false. And in other cases, when we are actually creating a development build plus we are running this one on Android, so in that case we are going to allow notification. Why? Because we will be able to make use of this notification feature. Okay, so that is the reason. So this will be the first thing. Now I know this might be a little tricky, but if you take some time, you'll understand that what actually we're doing here. So that is the reason I mentioned when we are going to test this one locally, right, we have to create an actual Android development build. We can't use this one directly from Expo Go. Okay, so this is the first thing. So now you'll see that everything will be simpler. So now I'll do async function, and let's do this one as load notifications, and here I'm just going to do promise. So promise of this will be notification module, this one orders, this will be null. Okay, and here I'm simply going to do if we can't use the notification feature, so in that case we are going to return null. So this is the first thing. And then I'm simply going to do try catch. So in the catch I'm going to return null, and here we are going to load our notification module. How we can do that? So we're going to return await input, and here we need the Expo notification. Okay, so this is going to load the notification module. Once we load this one, we have to init the notification module. Okay, so now we are going to simply do export async function, and I'll do init notifications, and this will be promise of void, and here I'm simply going to do const notification will be await. So first load the notification, this one we created. If this is not loaded, we are going to return subtract these. So let's take, and also I think we have done this on mistake here. Let's take this one as capital. Okay, and then I'm simply going to take notification dot set notification handler, and here we are going to take the handle notification, and here what you can do, right, you can pass certain options. So for example, here whether you wanted to show the alert or not, so here we will be doing should show alert, and this will be true. Then you can pass should play, I think I'm doing again some misstatement. Okay, this will be inside this, so here will be should show alert. So let's do true, let's do should play sound, let's do true, let's do should set patch, let's give false. You can just experiment with all of this. Should show banner, so banner we have to show, which I'm going to do true, and then I'm also going to do should show list, also I'm just going to do this one as true. So once we are going to set the handler, now we are going to set the notifications. So I'm just going to do it, and I'll do setup notification channel. Okay, so this is where we're going to set up the channel. So what I have to do here, so let's create, so I'm just going to do export async function setup notification channel. So this will be promise of void. So first we have to do the same thing. So this one, first we have to load the notification module, and then we are going to take a try catch, and inside this let's take a platform.os. if this is Android, so you're checking on Android, so in that case I'll do await notifications dot set notification channel async. So first you have to give a channel ID. You can give any name, so let's give meal actions, because we are doing some actions. Here you have to give a name, let's give meal actions. You can pass a importance. So for this one you have to do notification dot android importance, and you'll get so many options here. Okay, maybe high, max, low, whatever. Let's give max. Let's give a vibration pattern, you can also keep, right? So let's keep this one, and also you can pass a color. So color you can use that one that we are using, right? F93716. so this is the color. Okay, so this is going to set the notification channel. Once this is done, so now we are going to do what, we also have to request notification permissions. That is very important, but first let's do in a reverse way so that you can understand. So first what we are going to do, right, I'm just going to create two methods here. The method actually we are going to use, so first I'm going to do export async function, and I'll do show meal save notification. So when I'm going to save this one, that time I'm going to show one notification. Here I'm going to get the meal name as a input, so let's take this one as a string, and also let's give a return type, so which will be promise of void, and second one will be to delete, right? So we have the delete or deleted, whatever you wanted to give. Let's do delete notification, and this is what also you're going to get a meal name. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, so let's create a helper function so that we can use that from here. So I'll do await function, and let's give this one name as show local notification. Okay, so here we are going to get a title which will be string, and let's take a body which will be string. Okay, also let's give a return type which will be promise of void. So first let's take const notifications, so I'll do await load notifications, and here what you're going to do, so first I'll do if not equal to notifications, so let's return, and then we are going to do what, we are going to request notification permission. So I'll do granted or not, so I'll do await, and let's do request notifications permission. Let's give this one inside this return. So here we'll do request notification, let's do permissions. Okay, Oh, I have to do async, man, that's it's giving error. So now here let's create this. So I'll do here export, let's give async, export async function, request notification permission, and let's return a promise, and maybe okay, let's return a boolean here so that we will understand whether it is true or false. So you have to do the same thing, so let's paste it here. Okay, and then what you're going to do, right, we have to return false here because you're returning a type boolean, right? And then we are going to take a try catch also you're going to return false. And in the try, so first how you're going to check, so you will do await, and you have this notification dot get permission async. Okay, so this is what we're going to use, and here we are going to get a status, and let's give this one as existing status. Okay, if this is already granted, so we'll do if the existing status is already granted, so in that case you are going to return true, and if there is no existing status, so you are going to get the status. Okay, so to do this we are going to do await, and you have notification, and you are going to do request permission async. Okay, so this is going to request the permission, and this is where you are going to get the status, and then you are going to return that if status is equal to granted, so that means this user has given permission for the notification. So this request notification we are going to use. Okay, so this is what we are going to use. So you have to check here, if this is not granted, so we are going to do what, we are going to return, and then I'm going to do try catch, and inside try we'll do await, we'll do notifications dot schedule notification async, and here you're going to pass a content. Okay, that what you wanted to render. So render the title, and this is where you are going to render the body, and then I'm just going to take here if the platform.os, if this is equal to Android, so here we also have to pass the channel ID where I'm just going to do meal accents. Okay, and what is this will be this, I think I'm doing some mistake here. Okay, I have to keep it here. So I think this is done, and then we are also going to do trigger null. Okay, so now I think this is going to schedule the notification, and then we can just call that method from here. So I'll do await, so I'll do show notification, and you have to pass the title and the body. So title, when I'm going to save this one, so I'm just going to do meal saved, and in the body what we can do, so let's take a template literal, pass the meal name, meal name is capital, so meal name I'm just going to do was added to your saved meals. Okay, and then just copy this and just paste it here, and here you're going to do meal removed, and I'll just do this removed from your saved meals, and this is done. Okay, see, this is also very basic, and I know that I'm doing little fast because I'm trying to do this on complete this video so that it will not become a long video, but here I'm not going to go into too much details, right? If you are interested, you can just comment it down that create some more native features, so I'll be happy to do that. But this is still, I think, a lot of things that we are doing, right? So you should have proper idea that what actually we are doing, what are the steps, how we are doing the load, the notification module, init, setup, requesting for permission, and then we are going to actually schedule the notification. Okay, but this is not yet done. Okay, so what we have to do, right, we have to go to app and go to layout, and then we are going to use this. So this is where you're doing the root layout, right? So this is where you have to load this. So I'm just going to do use effect on page, screen load. We are just going to do void, and I'm just going to do init notifications. Okay, so you have to init this or initialize the notification. Once we'll do that, and then what we have to do, right? So when we are actually saving this particular meal, right? So for example, let's say if I go to tabs and we have the index, and if you notice that this is where we are saving this meal, and I mentioned that we can use this particular result that once the saving is done in certain places, right, or certain features we can implement. So this is where you can simply check that if this result dot already saved, if this is false, so this is where you can actually show the notification. So I'll do show meal saved notification, and this is where you have to pass the meal name, which will be your meal dot this str meal, right? So we have this one, so this is going to show the notification. So this is the first thing. Second will be when you are going to delete this one, right? So let's say if I go to saved and see, this is where we are deleting, so this is also you can show the notification. So I will do edit, I'll do delete, no, not delete, I think we have the show meal delete notification, and this is where you're going to pass the name, right? So you have the name here, so this is the name, that's it. So this is completed. Now what you have to do, right? So you have to create a Android development build. So if I try to, I'll show you that what is happening, right? So if I just go here and let's say if I just reload this, okay, reload this, and let's say if I go to explore and let's say I'll go to saved and try to remove this, to go to saved, sorry, my bad, remove this, and you can see that you are not getting any notification here. Okay, let me just clear this, because again I already mentioned that can use notification, that logic that we are running on Expo Go, we have to create an actual Android build. Now I'll just show you that. Okay, give me command to create Android dev build inside Expo Go app. Now this is already present, but I just wanted to show you that what we are talking about, right? See, we have the okay, it's going to give me local build command. I think it's already given, man. Expo npx expo run Android. Okay, so this is what I need. So you have to actually create Android local build so that we will be able to get access to those native features in the sense, so we have to understand or test our local notification if it is working or not, right? So that is the reason we have to create an Android build. Okay, you see that we have to run this. So I'll just copy this. Now again, this is going to take some time, okay, because based on what you're using, so let's say if you're using Windows and your device is a little slow, so this is going to take some time. So for now I'm just going to create this, and I'm just going to pause this one once this is done, and then I'm just going to resume and I will see that if this is working or not. Okay, alright everyone, so you can see that the build is now completed. Okay, one more thing I wanted to mention. So for me it took some time. In case you are getting any build related error, right, so you can just comment it down, or else I will give you one suggestion that always go to the package.json, and you'll see that if you have installed any version which actually doesn't support the current version of Expo that you are using. So what I mean by this, so you are using in Expo version 54, right? Now consider you are using, let's say, any other package, maybe which one, let's say this one, Expo splash screen or Expo secure store, this one. So if there is a package mismatch or version mismatch, so in that case build can fail. Okay, so in case you are getting, so that will be the first thing. So you can just see if the version is correct for that version of that Expo that you are using. If it is correct and then still you are getting error, so you can comment it down, but mostly it will be related to version. Okay, so this is what I wanted to mention. So now let's do one thing, let's go to explore now. Okay, and then what I will do, maybe let's add one here, maybe let's add this one, and that's it. Now you can see that you are getting that this is now asking you to send you notification, allow or don't allow. So I'm just going to do allow. Once we'll do that, and you can see that we are getting sound and also you're getting the notification, and this is the notification, right? So this item is now added to your saved meals. Now I can see that if I go to saved now, let's say if I try to remove, and then you'll see that you will get one more notification, and you can see that we got now two more notifications. So this mail is now removed. Okay, so although this is very small section, but I hope that you will get at least some idea that when you're going to work with notifications and how you have to get started, and why we have done all of this, that this particular thing, that okay, when you're running this on Expo Go, why you can't test a notification directly, and also in Android what you have to do, right? So this process I'm talking about, that you can use notification, load the notification module, init the notification, set up the notification, and request for permission. Once you request for permission, and then you can just create the content that what actually you wanted to render here. Alright everyone, so with this we have completed this particular application, and that's all for this particular video. Now I hope that you have learned a lot of things. Now although this was not that much complicated application, but I think there are, you can see that how much issues and errors I also faced, right, while recording. Some of you easily can identify those things. Now why I mentioning all of this, because see, until unless you will do the things by yourselves, right, and not taking help of these AI tools and everything, that is the time when you will actually able to build something by yourself, and that is very important. And if you notice that what I usually do, right, I will be writing all this code and learning by myself. I will go to the documentation, read each and every documentation, do experiment, and then at the end, still if I'm not able to do it, then only I'll go to some AI tools and try to understand. So that is the reason while recording this video, you'll see that I have to pause, I have to read, I'll have to fix the issues, and then I have to record. Now why I'm mentioning all of this to all of you, because it's very important, especially if you're a college student and let's say you have less than 5 years of experience, right? You have to be very serious, because now the time is very different, and you understand what I mean by this. If your basics are not clear, how many videos you can watch on YouTube, you will not be able to build any application or any website that you wanted to build. Okay, second thing I wanted to mention, that I think some of you already knew that I have a website as developer, and I normally don't promote all of this, but in case you haven't joined this particular wait list of this particular course, please do so, because these will be a crazy one. Okay, this is crazy, right? This will be huge course, and there are a lot of things I'm going to cover. Although I'm currently working on redevelopment of this entire website, so there are more features will be coming. I've added the link in the description. Also I'm thinking that I will be launching some React Native development related courses also. So for now there will be only one course that I'm going to launch, the main master full stack plus DevOps course. So in case if you're interested, so please join, and also if you can share with your friends, that will be very much appreciated. So with that, that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.